Chapter 3658. My man is Lin Ling. I've been preparing for this day for 10,000 years. Tsanggu's voice turned cold, and his eyes turned a strange green color. After the powerful Sky Scorpio sword entered his body, he had lost his mind. In his eyes, Yu was like Clang! A sword cry rang out, and Tsanggu disappeared. It was the speed of 800 worlds. However, his sword was actually the speed of 1,000 worlds. Yu, be careful. Seeing this, Xian Yuangu couldn't help but shout. She had clearly sensed the ferocious power of the Sky Scorpio sword. Brother Ling has always protected us. Today, we will also fight for his honor. Yu's long skirt fluttered as she held the swallowing heaven fortune sword. On her delicate body, multicolored rays of light curled around her like ribbons, making her extremely beautiful. The talent of the radiant dragon god had been awakened by her. Behind her, a sacred and arrogant girl floated out, moving together with Yu. Lowly slave, you dare to invade the dignity of a god. You have committed heinous crimes, and will definitely enter the netherworld, never to be reincarnated. A sacred voice floated out from the girl's mouth. She was swallowing heaven. At this moment, multicolored rays of light shot out like a meteor. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out. Two figures clashed from afar, and in the blink of an eye, 500 moves had been exchanged. The two figures dazzled everyone, and powerful energy swept out in all directions. Everyone's jaws dropped. They never imagined that Tsanggu would be so powerful. Even more so, they never imagined that Yu would be so powerful. This kind of strength was definitely not weaker than Ningbo Tao's. Bitch! Tsanggu roared, his eyes like a scorpion's. Clang! The two swords clashed again, and two rays of light exploded between the swords. Then, the two figures retreated. Everyone's pupils constricted. Was it over? However, the two of them stopped when they were 1,000 miles apart, and looked at each other with swords in hand. Many people first looked at Tsanggu and found that his face had turned green, and his aura was becoming more and more violent. Could it be that this guy had triggered some taboo? The crowd could clearly sense that Tsanggu's cultivation was about to reach the half-martial god realm. He then looked at Yu. Yu was a little out of breath, but she still looked valiant. However, there were green clouds floating around her body, and she couldn't get rid of them. It was poison. Many people's eyes lit up. The reason why the Sky Scorpio sword was valued by the Academy's experts was not only because of its strength, but also because of its poison. Its poison was emitted all the time. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Seeing Yu being poisoned and fighting against the powerful Tsanggu, Princess Tian and the others laughed. Now Yu is getting weaker and weaker, she will not be able to fight back. They couldn't help but rejoice over their previous choice. If they had forcefully seized Yu's sword, who knew how many people would have died? And taking turns to fight him was obviously the best way. Do you regret it? Abandoning your husband and child, do you still have any conscience? At this moment, Tsanggu let out an angry roar. In his eyes, the beauty in front of him was his wife, You are overthinking. I am not I am Yu, the girl from the ancient face sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who was once as dirty as a beggar. My man is Lin Ling. Even though Yu was poisoned, her eyes were still resolute and without any fear. I don't know what happened to you, but with your character, no wonder your wife abandoned you. Compared to my man, Lin Ling, you are 100 times better. Clang! Yu raised her sword, and her boundary essence burned crazily. Lord Yu, next, I will activate the divine power of the sword. You must hold on. Behind Yu, the sky-devouring sword also spoke in a tender voice. Hearing this, Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. Like a fairy from the ninth heaven, she floated towards Canggu. The sword in her hand bloomed with endless golden light. This light covered the sky and turned the platinum hall into a golden hall. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that this golden light came from the sword in Yu Yu's hand. That sword was constantly emitting golden light, and it was extremely dazzling. At a certain moment, the golden light was still there, but the sword had disappeared. Ka ka ka. A deafening sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. Time seemed to have stopped. Next, everyone saw a peerless beauty appear behind Canggu. She held her sword diagonally and stood there quietly with her back facing Canggu. When they looked at Canggu again, his giant sky scorpio sword was still in a slashing posture, but it was motionless. What is going on? Everyone became even more curious. Right at this moment, sword wounds began to appear on Canggu's body, and there were many of them. His entire body was cut into dozens of pieces like tofu, and even the sky scorpio sword in his hand had cracks. What? Everyone was shocked. Even someone as powerful as Canggu was defeated by Yu Yu? Moreover, the sky scorpio sword was also cut in half. Boom! Everyone's hearts exploded. Princess Tian immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes revealing a crazed joy. She had still underestimated that sword. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. At this moment, Yu Yu's dress was fluttering. She did not even look at Canggu as she muttered to herself, "I've said it before. I'm called Yu Yu, and my man is called Lin Ling. I've never abandoned my husband and son, and never will. If my man is in the human world, I'll be in the human world. If my man is in hell, I'll be in hell. This vow will never change." The moment her words fell, everyone's eyes narrowed. Those who had thoughts about Yu Yu finally dispelled them. Yu Yu was not someone that anyone could obtain. Because even death could not change Yu Yu's heart to follow Lin Ling. What a pity. Many people's eyes turned ice cold. At the beginning, they still had tender feelings for the fairer sex, but now, they only had one thought: if they could not obtain her, no one else could. Pang! At this moment, Canggu's sky scorpio sword finally broke, and Canggu seemed to have a final burst of strength. He turned around to look at Yu Yu and realized that Yu Yu was not Shui-er. At this moment, he finally sobered up. I really envy him. Canggu smiled. In the end, his flesh slowly slid down like tofu. Next, it's my turn. I am Lin Feng. However, right after Canggu's defeat, a handsome young man immediately appeared on the stage. This guy really knows how to choose the right time. However, if he doesn't give others some time to rest, he's not a man. Many people secretly thought, their eyes filled with disdain. Do you need to rest? If you do, just say it. I never take advantage of others. The young man said with a smile after walking out. However, without waiting for Yu Yu to speak, he immediately said, since you don't need it, then forget it. Many people were astonished. This guy was too shameless. Chapter 36:59. Why did you stop talking? Actually, aren't you curious why Lin Ling hasn't come yet? Lin Feng suddenly said, let me tell you, if he doesn't come, there are only two consequences. First, he dies in the castle. Bullshit. Hearing this, Yu Yu frowned instantly. You know very well whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Lin Feng shrugged. He knew that he wasn't as strong as Canggu, but his mission was to exhaust Yu Yu. Yu Yu had been poisoned and she had consumed a lot of world qi. Therefore, it was impossible for Yu Yu to defeat him in a short time. That way, he could continue to infuriate Yu Yu and weaken her. Of course, even though it was a little dangerous, it was nothing compared to the rewards of the Duan clan. As for the second consequence, he has already abandoned you. Lin Feng said again. Brother Ling, that's impossible. Shut your filthy mouth. Otherwise, you'll end up like the one who died before. Yu said coldly. Hehe, you're not a man. How do you know he won't? In my opinion, Lin Ling is a coward. When he encounters danger, he will always run away. Ha ha ha. When Lin Feng saw that Yu was easily infuriated, he laughed even louder. Women sometimes looked smart, but sometimes they were stupid. When it came to the people they loved, their brains would become dull and they wouldn't think so thoroughly. Just like Yu now. She knew that Lin Feng was deliberately infuriating her, but she couldn't control herself. Maybe that was a kind of love. Without a doubt, the person she loved was happy. Whoosh! A faint sword slashed out. She had finally made her move. But Lin Feng smiled indifferently and disappeared from his original position. Instead, his sword landed on a maple leaf. Hehe, come and kill me. On the other side, Lin Feng appeared and said proudly, you don't like it when people talk about Lin Ling, but I have to say that even though that piece of trash Lin Ling is strong, he offended too many people. He's going to be crushed into a million pieces. That's his fate. Let me tell you, many ancient strong cultivators are already paying attention to him. They're getting ready to attack him. When that happens, Lin Ling's body will be crushed by 5 horses and his soul will be sealed under the ground forever. Go to hell. Yu's sword attacked again. But Lin Feng had disappeared again. World Qi. No wonder the Duan clan sent him to fight. Lin Feng's advantage was speed. Yu's sword couldn't hit Lin Feng, so she could only attack his heart angrily. In the end, she used up all her world qi. Besides, Yu was poisoned. Hehe, little girl, come and kill me. When he saw that he was safe and sound, Yu kept attacking him with her sword. Lin Feng was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat. But he was safe and sound, which made him even more arrogant. Lin Feng is despicable. He can't defeat a woman, so he resorts to such a dirty trick. Even though I don't like Lin Ling, I have to admit that Lin Ling is manlier than Lin Feng. Sigh, if Yu hadn't offended Princess Tian and the Duan clan, who would have helped her? My heart aches when I see her helpless and isolated. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Ha ha ha, come and kill me. When Lin Feng noticed that Yu was getting weaker and weaker, he was even happier. But at that moment, a white light suddenly appeared. He had a strange feeling. The world around him changed. He was in a swamp. He wanted to leave, but his feet were stuck in the swamp. He couldn't move. What's going on? Lin Feng was stupefied. He was scared. It's the little white mink. The others suddenly realized that the little white mink was faster than Lin Feng. After it caught up with Lin Feng, it immediately created an illusion. Lin Feng was bewitched by the illusion. He was actually running in circles. This guy with bad breath is going to be unlucky. Someone gloated. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Lin Feng. Whoosh! At that moment, a sword came and cut off Lin Feng's leg. Lin Feng shouted crazily and the illusion around him disappeared. Only then did he see Yu holding her sword at a slanted angle, walking towards him step by step like an ice-cold death goddess. It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. After Lin Feng was injured, he was obviously not as fast as before, so he kept waving his hand and saying, "A misunderstanding." Yu's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. She cut off Lin Feng's right arm. Ah! Lin Feng screamed like a pig being slaughtered. At the same time, he shouted, "I was asked to do this. If you are unhappy, you can go and find that person and humiliate me." Hearing that, the crowd immediately laughed. Asked to do this? Then he was caught by Yu and Yu wanted to let him go? What kind of logic was that? Besides, Yu humiliated him and didn't that mean she was strong? But when he humiliated Yu Yu before, what kind of ability did he have? Whoosh! Yu Yu was expressionless. Her sword slashed out again. Blood gushed out. Lin Feng's other arm was cut off. He was in so much pain that he started crying. He shouted, "That's enough. I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Whoosh! However, the only reply he got was a sword. His last leg was cut off. Admit defeat? Admit defeat now? What a joke. Besides, admitting defeat was one thing, but he admitted defeat so confidently. He was simply courting death. Clang! In the end, Yu Yu's sword was in front of Lin Feng's neck. She said indifferently, "Say it." "Why don't you say it?" I don't dare say it anymore." Lin Feng didn't feel proud anymore. He was trembling. Whoosh! Faintly, she swung her sword and cut off a piece of flesh from his body. She said coldly, "I want you to say it." "Ah! It hurts so much." Lin Feng shouted even louder. It was as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. Then, he quickly looked at Duan Fei Hong. However, the senior was expressionless and didn't pay attention to him at all. Although Lin Feng was being tortured, he was also wasting Yu Yu's strength, so the Duan clan didn't care. The Duan clan only cared about people with the surname Duan. Lin Feng also realized that. He regretted it, but he didn't have time to shout. Yu Yu's sword came again and cut into his flesh. "Kill me." In the end, Lin Feng shouted at the sky. However, Yu Yu ignored him and continued to torture him. "Say it. Why don't you say it?" "I'll tell you, you can say it about me, but if you say it about Brother Ling, even if you are a god, I will still dare to kill you." Yu Yu's voice was extremely firm. It sounded like thunder in everyone's heart. For Lin Ling, Yu Yu could turn into a witch. This was an existence who could turn into a pure goddess one moment and be willing to fall into the netherworld and become a demon in the next moment. How terrifying. I didn't expect her to be so determined. It seems that we all underestimated her. She is also a martial arts fanatic. However, her martial arts heart is Lin Ling. Such a woman should be respected. Chapter 3660. Alright, kill him. This kind of trash is useless even if he doesn't die. At this moment, Duan, who had been silently waiting for an opportunity, finally walked out. Right now, Yu Yu was already exhausted. Let him take care of the final battle. When Yu Yu heard him, she didn't say anything and cut off Lin Feng's head. By now, there were already a few people who had died in the hands of Yu Yu. This made people think highly of Yu Yu. It's good that he's dead. However, even though he's trash, he's still a dog of my Duan family. Killing a dog of the Duan family in front of me isn't giving face to the Duan family. Duan suddenly laughed. This person looked very ordinary, but from the vicious aura he exuded, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Your Duan clan doesn't need to give me any face. Yu Yu also looked at Duan coldly. Hee, what a tough tone. Duan's laughter grew louder as he stared at the sword in Yu Yu's hand. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yu Yu had already expressed her determination to belong to Lin Ling forever. Therefore, he was too lazy to please the beauty. However, his Duan clan was determined to obtain that sword. This was because Yu Yu was not very strong, but with this sword, she was able to kill several experts. Moreover, this was because Yu Yu was weak. If he held the sword, its power would definitely increase by 10 times, or even 100 times. However, he also knew that Princess Tian had also taken a fancy to that sword. However, he and Princess Tian had a common enemy. Therefore, he had to get rid of Lin Ling first, and then snatch the sword. Since you killed my Duan family's dog, you won't be able to live today. However, I respect you as a proud woman, so I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Duan said coldly. Go fuck yourself. Yu also replied coldly, and for the first time, she cursed. These people were simply too greedy. They were taking turns to deal with them. Now, they were even putting on a righteous front. It was disgusting. Very well, since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant you your wish. Duan sneered. Although he did not seem to be tall, he was bursting with a terrifying power. A brown lotus appeared, hovering behind him. 6 Dao Lotus. This was his innate talent. Those who possessed this talent would have an extraordinary comprehension of the great Tao of the universe. Therefore, his ancestral power had already reached as much as 80%. Rumble. The lotus flower suddenly floated up like a fortress and smashed down heavily on Yu. In truth, his strength could not compare to Tsanggu's. However, Yu had already fought several battles, and with the divine sword in her hand, her consumption of world essence was even greater than before. Of course, the main reason was that the recovery of world essence here was slow, so the current Yu was obviously not Tsanggu's opponent. Raising her sword, Yu exhaled lightly. Her face actually had a trace of Lin Ling's unswerving determination. She also knew that this was a battle of life or death. She also knew that there were countless great enemies and everyone was eyeing her covetously. At this moment, she finally understood Lin Ling's heart when he fought against so many heroes in the past. This was her first time facing such a battle, but Lin Ling had faced it countless times. Clang! The devouring heaven's fortune sword was raised and slashed towards the sky. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Lord Yu, your world essence is no longer enough to support the devouring heaven's fortune sword. Devouring heaven's anxious voice rang out. I know. Yu's eyes were resolute as she looked up at the sky. But I also know that Brother Ling will come. Rumble. From afar, the goddess raised her sword and blocked the suppression of the giant lotus flower in the sky. The lotus flower had 6 petals, but at this moment, it was slowly spiraling. Amazing, you still have power even now, but I think it's about time. Duan sneered and activated his ancestral power again. Rumble. The lotus flower that originally had 6 petals quietly turned into 9. Under the suppression of the lotus flower, the white gold on the ground also sank a lot. With Duan's strength, I'm afraid he can enter the 460th place on the divine list. Many people frowned and said. The experts of the top 10 academies were gathered here, and there was no lack of experts. It was just that they did not reveal their strength. Duan was one of them, and so was Tsanggu. He looked at Yu again. At this moment, blood was quietly overflowing from her small red mouth. Yu. The Xianyuan Gu immediately shouted and wanted to stand up to help Yu, but she was also exhausted, so she fell down the moment she stood up. This scene caused even more people to laugh coldly. Right now, this was a living flower being destroyed. However, even though the lotus flower had 9 petals, Yu still did not retreat and stood there resolutely. 12 Dao Lotus. Yes. Seeing this, Duan finally showed a ruthless expression and activated his ancestral power to the limit. He wanted to see how the beauty would block it. When the 12 petals bloomed, a heavy Dao intent bloomed, making many people feel a little difficult to breathe. Yu tenaciously resisted, and more blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. When it fell on her clothes, it was like a blooming flower. Brother Ling, you're not here yet? However, Yu did not show any fear, and did not even have the slightest regret. Instead, she gently raised her head, looked at the sky, and scolded in a delicate voice. Lin Ling? Just a piece of trash, even if he is here, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to appear. Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered and moved his hands, making the 12 Dao Lotus spin even faster. However, just as his voice fell, suddenly, a thunderous voice with a shocking aura and domineering aura surged from the distance. In the blink of an eye, under the gazes of countless people, it appeared in the sky above the white gold palace. I, Lin Ling, am here. A pitch-black figure floated there, and then the void exploded, and the figure fell from the sky, heading straight for the 12 Dao Lotus. Brother Ling. At this moment, the Xian Yuan Gu, in the distance finally smiled, and his whole body finally relaxed. Yu Yu raised her head and looked at the man who was smashing down fiercely, and her eyes were a little moist. She knew that her perseverance would not be in vain, and Brother Ling would definitely come. Compared to their joy and excitement, Princess Tian and Duan Feihong's faces were ugly. They almost got Yu Yu's divine sword, but at the crucial moment, Lin Ling suddenly appeared. He could not have come a moment earlier or a moment later, but he just had to come at this time. This also made the process of getting the divine sword a little more difficult. Boom! Lin Ling, who fell from the sky, was like a demon king, his fist looking at the 12 Dao Lotus on the ground and smashing down fiercely. Rumble! The constantly circling Dao Lotus immediately exploded into pieces. The entire Platinum Hall was shaken by this. So fierce! Everyone took a deep breath. Although everyone knew that Lin Ling was very powerful, they never thought that Lin Ling would be able to destroy Duan's talent with a punch at full strength. Chapter 3661. This was the difference between them. Crash! Under the shattered Dao Lotuses sprinkling down from the sky, Lin Ling finally floated down. Yu Yu's body went limp and fell to the ground. However, before she landed on the ground, Lin Ling had already appeared beside her and gently lifted her up. Sorry, I'm late. A soft voice quietly appeared beside Yu Yu's ears. It's not Big Brother Ling's fault, because we separated after entering this place. This was not what Big Brother Ling wanted. Moreover, they deliberately attacked us. Although Big Brother Ling must have guessed it, Big Brother Ling did not expect them to act so quickly. Yu Yu's face was pale as she smiled. Lin Ling's heart suddenly ached. He carried Yu Yu and walked towards the Xian Yuan Gu. Everyone in the Platinum Hall was silent. The crowd could only watch as a burly man walked forward with a woman in his arms like a monster. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. One had to admit that this man was domineering. You are Lin Ling? This is no longer the Black Gold Avenue. I think we don't have to give you any face. Duan frowned. Lin Ling destroyed his Dao Lotus with one punch. This strength was probably not weaker than Ningbo Tao and the rest. However, Lin Ling was alone and they had more people. Lin Ling would definitely die. Especially when the King of Assassins, Ningbo Tao and the rest arrived, Lin Ling would not be able to escape. Moreover, from the looks of it, Lin Ling's body did not have any fluctuation of boundary essence. He must have gone through a huge battle. Lin Ling without boundary essence could only rely on the strength of his transformation. Perhaps, he could win. At the same time, Princess Tian and Duan Feihong also stared at Lin Ling with heavy hearts. However, when they noticed Lin Ling's almost empty boundary essence, they also laughed. No boundary essence? Lin Ling's strength must have been greatly reduced. Although he still couldn't be underestimated, he definitely couldn't stop all of them. The King of Assassins should be here soon. Ningbo Tao, Wu Feiming, Kagura, and the others should be here soon. Anticipation rose in their hearts. Coupled with the treasures Lin Ling had collected on the Black Gold Avenue, greed appeared in their eyes. For a moment, everyone had more thoughts. However, Duan was the first to break the silence. He shouted, Lin Ling, are you mute? Can't you hear me talking to you? Lin Ling carried Yu Yu and slowly came to Xian Yuan Gu's side. He checked on Xian Yuan Gu and saw that she was only exhausted. Only then did he relax. However, Lin Ling sensed a strange poison on Yu Yu's body. This poison was extremely extraordinary. Lin Ling couldn't help but treat it seriously. It's the poison of the Sky Scorpio sword. This sword was forged by a certain god from a world's poisonous scorpions as a reward for his disciple. At this time, the giant ghost beside Lin Ling said fiercely. Is there a way? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Even Li Xiaoyao wasn't too familiar with things from the era of gods. Thus, he asked this little devil for advice. There isn't much poison. The main thing is that the Sky Scorpio sword is broken and the poison source has disappeared. Thus, there isn't much of a problem. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling's heart relaxed. He then looked at the little white mink. The little white mink was frightened by his gaze. It hugged its head with its two small hands and looked extremely cute. I listened to Madame Yuyu's words and wanted to protect Madame Yuyu. Thus, I helped Madame Yuyu once before. Are you stupid? Only once? Can't you see the situation clearly? Lin Ling was speechless. He angrily scolded. The little white mink hurriedly burrowed into Lin Ling's embrace, not daring to look at him. Xian Yuan Gu, and Yuyu immediately smiled and pleaded for the little white mink. Only then did Lin Ling spare it. However, Xian Yuan Gu, also said coldly, this time, you have to protect them well. If anything happens to them, you don't need to see me again. I don't dare, I don't dare. The little white mink quickly poked its head out from Xian Yuan Gu's embrace. It looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. In truth, it wasn't just afraid of Lin Ling. It was also afraid of the giant ghost. Of course, it was more afraid of the giant ghost. It was as if the giant ghost's origin was extremely frightening. Country of Snow. Next, the little white mink used the illusion to its limit. Nearby, white snow fluttered. Yuyu and Xian Yuan Gu had disappeared. This was because of the illusion. Lin Ling could still see Yuyu and the others. However, he stared at the illusion and immediately nodded in satisfaction. This illusion was even more powerful than his illusion god world. As expected of the little white mink that even Li Xiaoyao couldn't catch. Now, there's nothing to worry about. Lin Ling slowly stood up. However, at this moment, Yuyu handed the devouring heaven's fortune sword to Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, take this sword. I don't have any realm essence on me now. I can't use the power of the divine sword. Lin Ling immediately refused. Even so, this sword is sharp. It can help Brother Ling in battle. Yuyu was extremely stubborn. Lord Lin Ling, I'm very sharp. Let those lowly slaves see my power. Sky Devouring also floated out and said unhappily. In fact, Yuyu was a little weak, causing her to be unable to use her power. If it was a stronger person, they would have already killed everyone. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally nodded. He took the devouring heaven's fortune sword and held it in his hand. When he held the sword just now, Duan was so angry that his liver hurt. This was because Lin Ling had been ignoring him and was talking to his wife non-stop. He roared angrily, have you said enough? As he roared, his hands moved repeatedly. In the sky, a 12-petaled Dao lotus pressed down, releasing a vigorous ancestral power. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the vigorous attack of the Dao lotus. His palm punched out in the air, and the punch was like two dragons soaring into the sky. Even the air was struck in an arc, and after colliding with the Dao lotus in the sky, the punch completely destroyed it. What? Duan's expression changed instantly. Previously, Lin Ling should have used his full strength to destroy his Dao lotus. However, this time, Lin Ling played it down and destroyed his Dao lotus without even looking at it. This was a little unusual. He was so strong without realm essence. However, before he could recover from his shock, Lin Ling had already moved. His speed of 900 realms exploded. His palm stretched out like a dragon's mouth, grabbing at Duan. That aura and strong wind rushed over, causing Duan's expression to change greatly. How was he still human? He was simply a dragon god. He flipped his hands again, gathering his realm essence and forming a transparent crystalline Dao lotus in front of him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at it. He charged forward like a bull. After destroying the Dao lotus, his palm appeared in front of Duan. He suddenly clenched and then lifted. Under countless gazes, Duan was lifted up. He couldn't resist at all. Only his feet kept kicking in the air. One move to defeat the enemy. This was the gap between them. Chapter 3662. I've already stopped. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't even afraid of Ningbo Tao, so why should he be afraid of him? To put it bluntly, even if Lin Ling was a cripple, he could still crush him with his physical strength. He's so strong even without boundary essence. Duan is an expert on the divine ranking celestial stairway, and his ranking isn't low, but he was defeated in one move. Duan Feihong's eyes narrowed as the killing intent in his heart grew even denser. Just as he was about to ask someone to save Duan, Lin Ling's voice floated out at this moment. It seems like I was overthinking things. If my Yu was at her peak, you wouldn't be his opponent either. What a useless piece of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's right hand suddenly tightened, and Duan Ling Tian's neck was bent. He couldn't be more dead. Lin Ling, you. Seeing this, Duan Feihong angrily roared. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. They looked at Duan, who was like a dead dog, and then looked at Lin Ling, who was like a monster. Fear began to rise in their hearts. It felt as if the arrogant and frivolous man on the black gold road had returned. Everyone, there is no need to fear him. His realm essence has been exhausted, what he is relying on is just his physical strength. He can kill. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Grandmaster Yin. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded, and I will also owe him a favor. As soon as this voice came out, the fear in everyone's hearts quietly lessened. Master Yin Zhang's favor was worth it. Our Duan clan also owes him a favor. Duan Feihong also spoke. Everyone's eyes began to flicker. I also represent God Miao's true legacy to owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to God Miao's true legacy to find me. However, at this moment, Princess Tian also spoke up. Furthermore, when the platinum coffin opens, this person will also have the right to obtain a treasure. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts exploded. Now, the Platinum Palace had been thoroughly searched, except for the Platinum Ancient Coffin. Although no one knew what was inside, since this ancient coffin was placed at the core of the Black Gold Castle, the treasures inside must be extraordinary. However, these treasures were all monopolized by experts like Princess Tian and Duan Feihong. Even though many of them weren't happy about this, they had been invited by the Heavenly Princess. Without the Heavenly Princess, they wouldn't have been able to obtain anything. Moreover, Princess Tian did not stop them from searching the surrounding secret chambers. The Princess Tian did not care about the treasures they obtained and allowed them to put them into the bag. Therefore, the dissatisfaction disappeared. And now, they had a share of the treasures in the platinum coffin that did not belong to them. Another reminder, Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and Wu Feiming should be rushing over. If they come, Lin Ling won't be their match. So, even if you can't kill Lin Ling, if you can hold on until those three arrive, you'll be greatly rewarded. Yes. Moreover, Lin Ling's boundary essence has been exhausted. Although that transformation technique is a bit amazing, how long can it last? Yes. Princess Tian continued to speak, tempting everyone. Everyone was tempted and stared at Lin Ling coldly. The competition in the 36 academies was cruel. If they couldn't grasp the opportunity would disappear with the wind. If they wanted to become stronger, it would be much more difficult. After all, in the final world, there was nothing much except for the number of top geniuses. If you were a monster, others were also geniuses. If you don't find another shortcut to become stronger, you'll always be stepped on by others. Kill him. Seeing that everyone was tempted, Master Inu became even more arrogant. Because this was the final destination, everyone didn't have to give face to Lin Ling. If he dared to kill him, he would kill him. I must tear him into pieces, only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Master Inu roared towards the sky. The grievances that he had been enduring were finally released. He wanted to see Lin Ling die in front of him with his own eyes. However, he was too complacent. Because Lin Ling didn't move at all, quietly listening to their conversation. When they finished, Lin Ling finally moved. With the speed of 900 worlds, he arrived in front of Master Inu in an instant. Everyone instantly became silent. They had just decided to attack Lin Ling and Lin Ling had already made his move. Moreover, he was the first to attack Master Inu. Who can I vent the hatred in my heart by killing them? Standing quietly in front of Master Inu, Lin Ling tilted his head and smiled evilly. Ah! Why are you here? Me. Master Inu was overjoyed. He thought that everyone would attack Lin Ling and Lin Ling could only kneel down and beg for mercy. He didn't expect Lin Ling to arrive in front of him before everyone attacked. Slap! Lin Ling slapped Master Inu. His dragon claw left a bloody scratch on Master Inu's face. Say it. Didn't you say that you would owe me a favor if I killed you? Why aren't you saying it now? Lin Ling sneered. He grabbed Master Inu and smashed him on the ground. Then, he stomped on him with his dragon claw. Bang! 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 He kept stomping on Master Inu until his bones were broken. The surrounding people didn't dare to move at all. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Ling, stop it. Princess Tian's face was even uglier. Lin Ling was about to die, but he was still so arrogant. He dared to beat up Master Inu in front of her. Moreover, this was the second time. She didn't dare to act rashly. She was afraid that Lin Ling would kill Master Inu if he wasn't happy. Didn't I stop now? However, Lin Ling was still stomping on the ground crazily. He even spread his hands to show that he didn't use his hands. Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they were furious. Lin Ling didn't use his hands from the beginning. He was using his feet. Therefore, Lin Ling had already stopped. You! Princess Tian was even more furious. Unfortunately, no one dared to move. They could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. Lin Ling also recovered his dimensional origin. As for the consumed physical strength, beating up Master Inu didn't consume any physical strength at all. Bang! 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 As time passed, the master who was screaming in pain at the beginning gradually quieted down. Then, the crowd carefully checked the situation. Their faces changed drastically. Master Inu was beaten to death by Lin Ling. Moreover, he was beaten to death right in front of their eyes. Lin Ling, you killed a master. You're dead. You're dead. Do you know who he is? Do you know his position in Miaoshen's true disciples? I've already told you to stop, but you didn't listen. Looking at the mud-like great master, Princess Tian's eyes turned red with anxiety. She was the one who had invited this great master, and she had spent a lot of effort talking to him. Now that he was dead, she didn't know how to report back. I didn't refuse to listen. I've already stopped. However, Lin Ling spread his hands innocently and raised his feet to show that he was stomped to death. Kill him. Princess Tian's voice became sharp. She pointed at Lin Ling and shouted. If you kill me, you'll definitely die. Seeing this, Lin Ling also floated up. His eyes were cold. He knew that a great battle had begun. Moreover, even if these people didn't kill him, he didn't intend to let them go. Chapter 3663. A sudden change occurred. Do you all think you can kill me? Lin Ling's speed of 900 worlds erupted. With a swoosh, those experts who could not even enter the god list were immediately cut in half. Fresh blood rained down from the sky. Originally, we are all students of the academy and should mind our own business. However, you all should not have attacked my woman. Swoosh. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and punched out. Another large number of experts died. Although Lin Ling did not have any world essence, his physical strength was strong. If there was talent, he would destroy it with one punch. If there was ancestral power, he would destroy it with one punch. If there was a powerful extreme weapon, he would punch again. In the Platinum Palace, there were countless casualties. How was it a siege on Lin Ling? It was a one-sided massacre by Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone's mentality of being lucky also changed. Lin Ling was too ferocious. If he was given world essence, it was unknown how terrifying he would be. His strength is limited. Sooner or later, he will be tired. If you all want to stand out in the final world, you will have to pay some danger. This is unavoidable. At this time, Duan Feihong also said coldly. If a martial artist wanted to become stronger, they would need to encounter some opportunities. However, with opportunities, there would be danger. Kill. In fact, many people knew this point. Therefore, they were all going all out. Of course, if there was no hope, they would definitely not go. However, they felt that they still had some hope of killing Lin Ling. Idiot. Lin Ling sneered and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song. One on the left and one on the right, he held a sword in each hand. He also knew that with so many people attacking him, his physical strength would be exhausted. Therefore, he used his sword to fight against the enemies. Two-handed sword. This was also the first time Lin Ling used it. Devour heaven in his left hand and tyrannical song in his right hand. Swoosh. With a slash, blood flowed like a river. The two swords crossed, no one could block it. In the end, Lin Ling was too lazy to waste his energy flying. He landed on the ground and relied on the two swords to kill the enemies. With one step, he killed 3 people. In the end, it developed into killing 10 people with a single step. Direct and efficient, decisive in killing to the point that even the experts of the larger academies were afraid. Hold on. Ningbo Tao and the others are coming. Princess Tian also shouted anxiously. You don't have to wait any longer. Ningbo Tao and the others are already dead, including Kagura and Wu Feiming. However, just as Princess Tian was about to give everyone confidence, Lin Ling gave her a fatal counterattack. This sentence scared everyone so much that no one dared to make a move. Hee, Lin Ling, you really dare to talk big. You killed Ningbo Tao and the other 2? What if, according to what you said, I'm the #1 expert on the heaven stairway? Princess Tian was stunned and immediately said disdainfully. Clang. Clang. However, in the next moment, the weapons that belonged to Ningbo Tao and the others were thrown out by Lin Ling. They were given to Lin Ling by the dragon demon after killing Ningbo Tao and the others. That's Wu Feiming's straw man. Kagura's sword. The experts who were familiar with the 3 of them were all shocked at this moment. The treasures that Lin Ling threw out were the efforts of Ningbo Tao and the others. Unless they were dead, they would never hand them over. They're really dead. Princess Tian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was so strong that he could kill Ningbo Tao and the others in succession. And the Emperor of Assassins. However, Lin Ling's words shocked everyone. He once again recognized the Emperor of Assassins' wine jug. When the wine jug was taken out, it was earth-shattering. Many people recognized it because Ningbo Tao was beaten up because of this wine jug during the heroes' assembly. Oh my god, he even killed a half-step martial god. Damn, is he the god of assassins? He kills everything. I feel that we've underestimated his strength. Everyone was afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed Ningbo Tao and the others. They were still confident that they could exhaust Lin Ling to death and kill Lin Ling with their numbers. However, now that the Emperor of Assassins was dead, their confidence was instantly crushed. Could it be that Lin Ling was the god of assassins? Even Princess Tian was greatly shocked. She could not see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the Sage Realm, but his strength was unfathomable, as if there was no limit to his strength. Of course, she had overestimated Lin Ling because Lin Ling had not killed the Emperor of Assassins himself. He had joined forces with Yu Yu and other trump cards to kill the Emperor of Assassins. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the fearful crowd. In fact, he had used up a lot of his physical strength. After all, he was not facing weaklings. He was facing experts from the top 10 academies and the top 460th on the stairway to heaven. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be unharmed. However, since everyone was afraid of him, he had some time to recover. At that instant, a magical feeling descended upon him. At that instant, Lin Ling felt like he could hear the voice of Tao, the language of deities. In fact, he could even see that a great calamity was approaching outside the eight-god celestial palace. That brilliant heavenly might was pressing down, as if countless heavenly soldiers and generals were trying to capture Lin Ling. Ancestors' tribulation. Lin Ling mumbled to himself in astonishment. The ancestors' tribulation is divided into 7 types: illusionary, corporeal, shattering, destructive, ultimate, shattering, and the most terrifying Nirvana tribulation. The Nirvana tribulation is here. In addition to his astonishment, Lin Ling wore a wry smile. He was finally about to break through to the martial sacred realm. To his surprise, the ancestors' tribulation he was about to face was the most terrifying Nirvana tribulation among the 7. Only 500,000 people among a million could successfully overcome the tribulation. Even though Lin Ling had gathered all kinds of pills and treasures, allowing him to break through to the martial progenitor realm with 100% certainty, his chances of success were reduced by 50%. However, from another perspective, Lin Ling's combat strength was utterly terrifying. He had triggered the Nirvana tribulation. If he could break through to the martial progenitor realm with all his might, his strength would not disappoint Lin Ling. However, this was not the best place for him to break through. Although the experts were afraid of Lin Ling, if he were to reveal any weakness, they would swarm him like hyenas and tear him into pieces. He could only say that he was unlucky. While Lin Ling was sensing the auras around him, the crowd was still wary of Lin Ling. Some of the more cowardly ones did not even dare to look at Lin Ling. Furthermore, when they recalled how Lin Ling had killed the Emperor of Assassins, some of them dropped to their knees in fear. However, someone was staring at Lin Ling with a frown. He was none other than Duan Feihong. This person is so powerful. Duan Feihong's brows were tightly knitted together. He had originally thought that in this trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, his greatest opponent would be the god of assassins. Everyone else would be ants, and even the heavenly princess wouldn't have the qualifications to compete with him. But he never imagined that Lin Ling alone would be able to stir up such a storm and sweep everyone away. Lin Ling was the Duan clan's enemy. He had never expected Lin Ling to grow to such an extent. If Lin Ling is not eliminated, he will definitely become a great threat to the Duan clan. Duan Feihong's eyes suddenly lit up. He had sensed a strange aura being emitted from Lin Ling's body. Breakthrough. Chapter 36-64. An intense battle with Duan Feihong. Duan Feihong sensed that Lin Ling's aura had rushed out of the eight-god celestial palace and was attracting the ancestors' tribulation. If not for the eight-god celestial palace being too mysterious, the ancestors' tribulation might have already descended. Lin Ling is about to break through. Duan Feihong suddenly roared and transformed into an ancient giant that was 100 meters tall. He finally attacked Lin Ling. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body. Duan Feihong was indeed worthy of being a representative sent by the Duan family. His strength was several times stronger than Ningbo Tao and company. He clearly knew that Lin Ling was about to break through and was at his weakest. Not only did he need to defend against the ancestors' tribulation, he also needed to defend against them. Therefore, this was the best opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling was about to break through? Their first thought was, heavens, Lin Ling is already so terrifying at the Sage Realm. What would happen after breaking through? Their second thought was that Lin Ling would definitely be extremely weak when breaking through. The fear and dread from before had vanished at this moment. Their billowing eyes were filled with killing intent. All the experts were reignited from the ashes. As for Lin Ling, he was still sensing the ancestors' tribulation in the sky. He also sensed that the ancestors' tribulation was like a heavenly army that was searching for him in the entire universe. Furthermore, it had already locked onto the eight-god celestial palace. Just as Duan Feihong thought, if not for Lin Ling being in the eight-god celestial palace, Lin Ling would have long transcended the tribulation. Just as he had this thought, a gigantic palm came smacking down. It was Duan Feihong's attack. The palm smashed heavily onto Lin Ling's body. Its power was truly extraordinary. Lin Ling immediately felt all his bones shatter, but they rapidly recovered. He flew backwards and smashed into the platinum wall, causing a huge crack to appear on the platinum wall. Old bastard, you are courting death. Floating up again, Lin Ling's eyes became incomparably cold. It seemed like the heavens were treating Lin Ling well, as the trial to rank up to the martial progenitor realm was much harder than ordinary cultivators. Not only was it a nirvana tribulation, it was happening in a place filled with enemies. However, if he, Lin Ling, could overcome this great calamity, then he would definitely soar to the heavens. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, your luck is really bad. Duan Feihong turned into a giant and looked down at Lin Ling with disdain. Without a doubt, he was extremely excited. Lin Ling touched his chest. First, he looked at Yu and the others. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he was relieved. Then, he looked at Duan Feihong. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was worried. There were countless experts here. If he wanted to attack Yu and the others, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to be distracted. How could he know that the heaven-devouring fortune sword was in his possession? Moreover, if he didn't die, it would be useless even if he attacked Yu and the others. That was why everyone was staring at him. I've really underestimated you. Lin Ling looked at the giant Duan Feihong and said. The giant that Duan Feihong transformed into was different from the giants he had seen before. It was 100 meters tall, but its appearance didn't change. It was just that it was bigger. However, Lin Ling felt a huge pressure from Duan Feihong's body. This old monster was probably only slightly weaker than the Killer Emperor. Most importantly, a 7th grade talent was really amazing. With such strong strength, you actually hit it and didn't make a move. You let those trash be cannon fodder. You're really cunning. Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. Humph, Lin Ling, I already know that you're cunning. Therefore, I didn't make a move because I was wary of you. Now, are you going to wait to be captured or force me to make a move? Duan Feihong also shouted coldly and found a good excuse for himself. Of course, his heart was heavy because his previous palm strike wasn't weak. However, it only injured Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine how strong Lin Ling would be if he had the boundary essence. Just wait to be captured. The fighting spirit of the people around them was also high. Lin Ling, hand over that divine sword and submit to me. I, Princess Tian, will protect you from death. Princess Tian also stood up and looked at Lin Ling with her hands behind her back. Protect you from death? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. She had the nerve to say such a fake excuse. Did she think that he, Lin Ling, was an idiot? He, Lin Ling, was now the enemy of the new heavenly court and the Duan family. If he submitted to Princess Tian would definitely betray him and hand him over to these two forces in exchange for a favor. Princess Tian, take off your clothes and kneel down to kowtow. I, Lin Ling, will protect you from death. With a heroic laugh, Lin Ling also looked at Princess Tian with contempt. You're courting death. Princess Tian had a delicate status. When had she ever been teased by a man like this? Princess Tian, calm down. He's about to die. He's just trying to anger you. Leave this kind of trash to me. Duan Feihong roared angrily and rushed toward Lin Ling. Surprisingly, he was 100 meters tall, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Instead, he was extremely agile. Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. In the blink of an eye, Duan Feihong appeared in front of Lin Ling. Do you think you're the only one who can grow bigger? Lin Ling sneered. His monster-like body also grew crazily. He put away his two swords, and after becoming 100 meters tall, he also punched out. This Lin Ling is really omnipotent. People were also frightened by Lin Ling's giant form. Rumble. Duan Feihong also punched out and collided with Lin Ling's fists. Lin Ling was using the power of his physical body. Duan Feihong used his talent and ancestral power. Lin Ling immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. A terrifying gale swept out. Lin Ling's eyes were also incomparably solemn. Duan Feihong was too strong. He was definitely not a match for him in a head-on clash. Compared to Lin Ling's solemnity, Duan Feihong laughed loudly. He could clearly feel that Lin Ling's strength was continuing to weaken. You're laughing, you fucking idiot. Lin Ling suddenly cursed, causing Duan Feihong's eyes to focus. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Even when you're about to die, your mouth is still so smelly. Chaos Eye. Seeing that Duan Feihong was a little careless, Lin Ling immediately shouted in a low voice. His eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Rumble. The fierce light rushed towards Duan Feihong, causing Duan Feihong to feel fear in his heart. It was as if he had encountered the most ancient ferocious creature in the universe, causing his firm martial heart to loosen. Of course, he was indeed worthy of being a formidable person. In a short period of time, he immediately reacted. Lin Ling's eyes were strange. He could actually use a fierce aura to make him afraid and affect his martial heart. Go to hell. He roared and pushed his realm essence to the limit, throwing out 30,000 punches out of thin air. Pop. 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 Even the air was concave from the impact. Following that, it continued to explode. The entire Platinum Hall also quietly swayed. Everyone was shocked by Duan Feihong's crazy attack. If such a giant was placed in the 10,000 realms, he would probably be able to destroy hundreds of realms with a single punch. Moreover, it would be extremely easy. Lin Ling has been beaten to death. Suddenly, someone excitedly pointed to the front and said. The tall Lin Ling had been punched full of holes by Duan Feihong's fist. Blood poured down like a rainstorm. Divine Sword. Chapter 3665. He didn't need help. Duan Feihong was also delighted. He had actually solved the Duan family's greatest problem. Moreover, he had obtained all of Lin Ling's treasures. He had never imagined that Lin Ling, who was so difficult to deal with, would actually be killed by him. Duan Feihong, it's too early for you to be happy. However, just as Duan Feihong was feeling happy, a huge foot arrived behind him. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a foot but a dragon god. This caused Duan Feihong's heart to rumble. He subconsciously looked in front of him and realized that Lin Ling, who he had killed earlier, was actually distorting. It was fake. It was actually an illusion. Boom! Behind Duan Feihong, Lin Ling's foot finally arrived and ruthlessly stomped on Duan Feihong's cheek, distorting his left cheek and causing him to immediately fly backward. Scram! Scram! The entire Platinum Hall resounded with Lin Ling's domineering voice. Then, everyone saw the huge giant fly backward along the ground, leaving a long scratch on the platinum floor. Rumble. In the end, the giant crashed into the platinum ancient wall in the distance and spat out a mouthful of blood. It splattered more than 100 meters away and dyed the platinum floor red. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was that still Senior Duan Feihong? Old man, you ambushed me before, and now I'm returning the favor with a kick. How does that feel? Lin Ling looked down and said disdainfully. Of course, he also knew that the damage that kick caused to Duan Feihong was limited. It only succeeded because it caught him off guard. Duan Feihong's talent was high and his realm was high. Even with the boundary energy, Lin Ling might not be his match. Very well, what are you still standing there for? He's about to face a great calamity. Moreover, his body must be exhausted. If you don't kill him now, do you want me to make a move? If I make a move, you won't have a chance. At this moment, Duan Feihong suddenly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said fiercely to everyone. Then, he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anger. This Lin Ling was so ruthless. It seemed like he had reached his limit, but he still had an illusion technique that caused him to be kicked. With this kick, he appeared to be in a very sorry state, but in reality, 3 of his teeth had been knocked out. However, to save face, he had forcefully swallowed the 3 teeth into his stomach. This was the so-called broken teeth, swallowing them into the stomach. They knew how bitter it was. Lin Ling is about to make a breakthrough, so he must be distracted by the ancestral tribulation. This is an excellent opportunity. Moreover, no matter how strong his physical strength is, I'm afraid he's exhausted after such a long time. This is our chance. Most importantly, he's already so strong at the saint stage. What if he breaks through? Wouldn't that be trampling all of us under his feet? Many people's gazes burned with ferocity. Then, without another word, they pounced on Lin Ling. It had to be said that these people were quite shameless. Every time they saw that Lin Ling was weak, they would take advantage of the situation to attack. But when they saw that Lin Ling was strong, they would retreat. This happened again and again. Rumble. With everyone's joint attack, it was indeed difficult for the exhausted Lin Ling to resist. The powerful force sent Lin Ling flying, so he had to restore his body to its normal size. In this way, he could last longer. However, he had to be on guard against the upcoming ancestral tribulation and resist everyone's attacks. The situation was getting worse and worse. Good, he is indeed strong in appearance but weak in reality. Seeing this, everyone was impulsive as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Moreover, they were extremely cunning. They knew that Lin Ling's 2 swords were sharp, so they didn't attack at close range, but attacked from afar. Their purpose was to make Lin Ling as tired as a dog. Of course, there were also people who were not afraid of death who launched sneak attacks on Lin Ling at close range. These were obviously assassins from the Flying Dragon organization. Of course, most of them were killed by Lin Ling. Rumble. Pop, pop, pop. Lin Ling became crazier as he fought. His long hair danced wildly, and his 2 swords waved from time to time. His black, mud-like skin lost a lot of luster and was stained with a lot of blood. Some of it was Lin Ling's, and some of it was the enemy's. Huh, Lin Ling, aren't you very good at fighting? Now, let me see you fight again. Princess Tian was undoubtedly very excited. Lin Ling had trampled Master Lin Ling to death. She had long hated Lin Ling to the bone. Therefore, when she saw Lin Ling's sorry state, she clapped her hands happily. On the other side, Duan Feihong was also happy as if he had obtained a precious treasure. He drank wine and asked someone to bring a chair. He sat down and watched the show slowly. Eat my blade. At this time, a huge ocean divine blade arrived and slashed towards Lin Ling. If it was any other time, Lin Ling would have already destroyed the blade with a single punch. However, the current Lin Ling was clearly not suitable for a head-on clash, so he also avoided the tip of the blade. However, when the blade landed on the platinum ground, it triggered a huge amount of ancestral power that blew Lin Ling away like a torrential storm. Seeing this, even more people laughed out loud. This was because they could clearly sense that Lin Ling was getting weaker and weaker. When they thought of how Lin Ling had played with them on the Black Gold Road, and how they had revealed their humble appearance in front of Lin Ling not long ago, they felt proud and elated. Bang! Lin Ling smashed into the platinum ancient wall, and the surroundings also erupted with waves of gold energy that soared into the sky. Everyone's intense battle had actually ground the platinum of the main hall into dust. From afar, the platinum fluttered and was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling had just steadied himself when his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he slashed his sword to the side. However, at this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "It's me." This voice belonged to a woman, and it was extremely familiar. It was Longnyang. Lin Ling immediately put away his sword. It was not that he had any feelings for Longnyang, but the two of them had already agreed to fight each other in the future. And this battle was not now, so he knew that Longnyang would not kill him for now. "I'm not here to help you, of course. I don't want you to die here." In the vast platinum clouds, Longnyang walked out step by step. Her beautiful face was cold, and she revealed the aura of a superior that was even more majestic than Princess Tian's. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that Longnyang was not Princess Tian's servant. This woman was just lurking around Princess Tian. "Then what do you want?" Lin Ling also said indifferently. "I want to help you escape from the main hall." Longnyang said word by word, "Lin Ling, you're my number one enemy in life. How can I die in the hands of these trash? So, I want to help you leave this place. As for the favor you owe me, I don't need you to repay it." Her words were calm, but there was a hint of disdain in them. It was as if she was very disappointed that Lin Ling actually wanted her to help him. "Help me leave. You want to personally end the enmity between you and me. That's what you're thinking, right?" Lin Ling also said indifferently. "That's right. You can only be killed by me. How can you be killed by these trash?" Longnyang did not hide anything and nodded directly. "Huh, you're underestimating me. When did I, Lin Ling, need anyone's help?" Chapter 3666. The Great War of the Dragon Demon. Longnyang's expression changed slightly before she sneered, "You're only trying to show off. How could you possibly be a match for Princess Tian and the rest at the moment? If you try to show off, you might just end up dead. Longnyang, don't think too highly of yourself. I, Lin Ling, have always been above your head. I am still above you now and will always be. Don't forget, ever since you've met me, when have you ever been able to look down on me from above? Not in the past, not in the present and definitely not in the future. What right do you, Longnyang, have to help me?" Lin Ling scoffed disdainfully, "Leave. I will fulfill the promise of the past. As for those good-for-nothings, they can dream on if they think they can kill me." "What?" Longnyang's heart finally exploded. She furrowed her brows and stared at the monstrous Lin Ling as her mind recalled everything about Lin Ling. "That's right. When has Lin Ling ever asked for my help? When has Lin Ling ever been more miserable than I am? Never. No matter how high I climb or how many miracles I create, there will always be a man above me looking down on me. That man is Lin Ling. You're on your own. Longnyang instantly disappeared from the spot at the thought of this. This scene seemed slow, but in reality, it did not even take half an incense stick's worth of time. When the platinum mist gradually dissipated, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Everyone stared at Lin Ling with a merciless sneer on the corners of his lips. Thump. 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 However, Lin Ling's steps were steady like a giant. He did not retreat in the face of the crowd's sneers. Lin Ling, what's the situation now? Are you afraid? Princess Tian stared calmly at Lin Ling as he walked out. There was a hint of mockery in her beautiful features. At this moment, she looked like a great general with a large army bearing down on her borders. Scared? Lin Ling stopped and looked at the heavenly princess. He said indifferently, "Why should I be afraid?" Humph. Seeing this, Princess Tian's voice turned cold. "You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Let me tell you clearly, no matter what kind of backer you have, this is the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Your backer's hand can't reach here. Moreover, you actually dared to kill Master Inu. Do you know who he is? Do you know what he represents? You have committed a heinous crime because you simply don't know what Miaoshen's true legacy represents. After saying so much, what you're trying to say is that I'm definitely going to die, right?" Lin Ling said with a calm expression. It was as if he had seen through life and death and was fearless. "It's good that you know." Princess Tian nodded and sneered. "Now, do you regret offending me, offending Miaoshen's true disciple, and even killing Grandmaster Inu? If I say that I regret it, does that mean that Miaoshen's true disciple will let me go?" Lin Ling smiled lightly. There was a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Instead, people admired Lin Ling's courage and courage that was not afraid of death. "Nonsense, I'll never let you go." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Princess Tian laughed. She had reached the point where she must kill Lin Ling no matter what. "That's enough. In that case, why are you still talking nonsense and asking me what I regret? Since I'll die if I regret it, why should I regret it? Perhaps I've done a lot of wrong things in my life, and I've implicated many of my friends and family, but I've never regretted it. It doesn't matter what I've done wrong, I'll just brace myself and bear it. Moreover, I've never regretted killing Grandmaster Inu. Now that I have another chance, I'll kill him without hesitation." Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he stared at Princess Tian. His voice was powerful and resonant. "Good, good, good." Princess Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, she laughed angrily and shouted 3 times in a row. She said so much before because she wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful look. However, Lin Ling didn't feel any regret or fear at all. He was as calm as the clouds and the wind, without any fear. This was obviously not what she wanted to see. This also couldn't vent the anger in her heart. Lin Ling, the son of the devil, a famous person in the 9 regions. We could have been friends, but unfortunately, our relationship has broken. Princess Tian muttered to herself, "Grandmaster Inu, a good friend of my master. This time, he followed me to the 8 gods' heavenly palace because of my master. He wanted to help me break the taboo in the heavenly palace, but now he died in the hands of Lin Ling. It's sad and pitiful that he died before he could succeed. So today, I'll use Lin Ling's head as a blood sacrifice to Grandmaster Inu." Princess Tian's face was filled with righteous indignation. Finally, she shouted loudly. "Whoever kills Lin Ling, not only will the previous promise be effective, I can also recommend him to the true inheritance of God Miao." "Yes." As soon as she finished speaking, the Platinum Hall instantly exploded. Everyone present knew what God Miao's true inheritance represented. Perhaps the people in this alliance weren't strong, but their identities couldn't be underestimated. For example, Princess Tian could rely on herself to summon so many strong people. This was the power of God Miao's true inheritance. So, how could people not be moved by this recommendation? Let me. This recommendation, I'm determined to get it. Strong people from all sides slowly walked out, staring at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. Longnyang stood quietly in the crowd. Previously, Lin Ling had rejected her help. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling would resolve this crisis. Strong people from all the major academies walked out slowly, eyeing Su Ke covetously. A strong person ranked 473rd on the stairway to heaven on the divine list walked out step by step. He was the fastest, faster than everyone else. Lin Ling, you're going to die soon. Aren't you afraid? His voice was low, mixed with a billowing domineering aura. I say, don't you have any new excuses? You're all asking me if I'm afraid or not, and if I regret it. Have you lost too much dignity because of me, so you want to get it back? Hearing this, Lin Ling stared at that person as if he was an idiot. You're courting death. However, Lin Ling's words hit the person deep in his heart. He roared and immediately pounced on Lin Ling. His whole body was shining with golden light. It was actually a golden armor with extremely terrifying defense. So far, ordinary people didn't dare to get close to Lin Ling, but he did. This showed how extraordinary this armor was. Seeing this, Duan Feihong sneered, "This is Jin Xianjun. I didn't expect him to use his ancestral armor. Your Excellency, do you really think you can kill me?" Looking at the strong person pouncing on him, Lin Ling knew that this person's armor was somewhat extraordinary and could withstand many powerful attacks. Deliberately mystifying. That person sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was an arrow at the end of its flight, so he didn't slow down and got closer to Lin Ling. However, at this critical moment, Lin Ling finally shook his head. "All right, the game is over. I won't play with you anymore. My allies, attack." He had a disdainful smile on his face. In his right hand, a dragon pearl appeared. Then, it shone brightly. Rumble. Ferocious dragon chi was rolling. Chapter 3667. The unkillable Lin Ling. A huge figure rushed out and crashed into the person who was pouncing over like a meteor, sending the other party flying. However, another huge figure followed closely behind and collided with him again. Next, the third one. The fourth one. Under the constant impact, cracks began to appear on the armor, causing the man's expression to change greatly. Not good. His armor's defense was extremely strong, but there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. This was also the reason why he only took it out now. He originally thought that with the current Lin Ling, it was impossible for him to break through his armor. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly release an unknown powerhouse who actually cracked his armor? Wait, let me take a break. His armor was also extremely extraordinary. It could automatically regenerate, but the prerequisite was that it needed some time. Rest? A sneer suddenly came from the sky. This time, not only was there one figure pouncing over, there were 2, 3. Boom! 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 After a few consecutive explosions, the armor that the man was so proud of exploded and scattered down from the sky like starlight. My star origin armor. The man looked at the fragments of his armor and screamed in pain. This armor was passed down from his ancestors. Furthermore, it had been passed down from generation to generation. It had saved countless ancestors of his family. Before his father passed away, he had warned him that this armor had to be passed down to the next generation. But now, the old ancestors' things had been destroyed. Lin Ling, you're courting death. That person raised his head, his eyes red. However, as soon as he said those words, he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Because in front of him, there were countless monsters. Some had the tail of a fish, but they had the shape of a dragon. Some had the appearance of a lion, but they had the 4 limbs of a dragon. It was as if they were demons released from the demon realm. However, these monsters all had one thing in common, and that was a dragon. They were none other than the dragon demons. Of course, not only him, even the people around him were dumbfounded. Lin Ling actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Most importantly, these beast-like creatures were all at the martial progenitor realm, and there were quite a number of them. You're saying that I'll definitely die? On the other hand, Lin Ling was looking at everyone with a mocking expression. He was enjoying everyone's surprised expressions. Kill him. Then, Lin Ling pointed his finger. His movement was evil and graceful. Yes, young master. The dragon demons obeyed and were the first to pounce on the person whose armor had been broken. The 3 dragon demons attacked and tore him apart. Compared to your godly armor, I feel that you should care more about your life. Alas, it's a pity that the reminder came a little too late. Who's next? Those dragon demons then walked towards Lin Ling, chatting as they walked. Seeing this, everyone's hearts exploded. That person from before wasn't weak. Although he might not be a match for those monsters, he should at least be able to block some of their attacks. However, it was torn apart in a face-to-face encounter. At this moment, the Platinum Hall was completely silent. Princess Tian, Duan Feihong, and the others all gulped. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, they were in control of Lin Ling's life. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling actually invited such an army. Furthermore, so many monsters were hiding in Lin Ling's body. How was this possible? Could it be that Lin Ling himself was a world of the universe? Previously, you had more people, and I had fewer people. Hence, the heavens saw that I was weak and kind, so they arranged an army of monsters for me. Now, the situation has changed. I have the big card in my hands. Next, it's your turn to have fewer people. Lin Ling laughed heartily as he looked at the ugly looks on everyone's faces. He was extremely pleased. Hearing this, many people cursed silently. Bullshit. You're kind and kind? Previously, very few people died in your hands. It's practically enough to form an army. Kill them. Ignoring everyone's anger, Lin Ling shouted coldly. He came from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. His nature was kind, but he had seen too much of the law of the jungle. At this moment, he was already a decisive person who killed. Since they came to kill me, I'll kill them back. Let's see how many lives I have. Everyone, be careful. These dragon demons are not simple. Someone shouted, but after that, his body started to tremble. He realized that these dragon demons were all in the martial ancestor realm. Lin Ling, you're the demon king. How dare you kill all of them? You'll definitely enter the netherworld realm. Someone cursed at Lin Ling. Kiki, why didn't you call yourself the demon king when you killed one of my people? Didn't you want to enter Miaoshen's true inheritance? Now, I'll send you there. Lin Ling sneered disdainfully. He didn't know how many times he had heard such words in his life. Until now, he was still alive and well. Swish. The strength of these dragon demons was extremely strong. Their physical bodies were tough and they had dragon aura. Most importantly, there were more of them than the other academies. In fact, there were many people from the various colleges, but Lin Ling had killed many of them. Without a doubt, what followed next would be whales and rivers of blood. Princess Tian and Duan Feihong witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Their people and everything had been destroyed by Lin Ling once again. They also wanted to help, but there were too many dragon demons. They couldn't deal with them. In the end, their gazes could only fall on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the air, enjoying the scene in front of him like the dragon demon king. Princess Tian and Duan Feihong looked at each other. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Lin Ling, no matter what despicable methods you use, you still can't escape death today. Duan Feihong transformed into a giant. With a step, he crossed hundreds of meters and rushed toward Lin Ling. At the same time, he shouted, "Princess Tian, I'll protect you." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Sound waves, light waves, and space exploded. A huge crack appeared in front of him, and all the dragon demons near him were sent flying. Although the dragon demons were strong, none of them were at the half-step martial god realm. They couldn't stop Duan Feihong. Then, he looked at the heavenly princess. With a wave of her hand, an exquisite purple comb appeared. It looked beautiful, but it revealed an evil aura. She gently combed the hair in front of her. In an instant, she disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away from Lin Ling. She was very fast. Her speed had surpassed the speed of the 1,000 realms whirling. If Lin Ling was at his peak, he could still fight him head-on. However, he only had 40% of his combat strength at the moment. Many of his techniques could not be used because of the realm origin. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that the ancestors' tribulation had arrived. It was really an internal and external problem. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the external problem, which was the ancestors' tribulation. Otherwise, these small fries would not be able to shake Lin Ling. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Duan Feihong roared at the sky. His voice gave the experts a strong sense of confidence. Those experts joined forces and actually blocked the dragon demons' attacks for a time. Obviously, they also knew that once Lin Ling died, the dragon demons would definitely disperse. Chapter 3668. It was a critical moment. The Platinum Hall seemed to have collapsed, and the battle had reached its climax. Lin Ling was fighting alone against a group of heroes, and this was also the most intense moment. It could be said to be extremely urgent, hanging by a thread. In a corner of the Platinum Hall, Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang clenched their fists. Today's battle was beyond their expectations, beyond their imagination. They couldn't do anything to help. The only thing they could do was to pray that Lin Ling would be able to overcome this calamity. It seems that I still underestimated him. I thought that since I had already flown so high, I would have definitely surpassed him. Even if I didn't, we would be on equal footing. However, no matter how hard I work, he will always be above me. The dragon lady narrowed her eyes and regarded Lin Ling with even more importance. Although she didn't admit it, she knew in her heart that Lin Ling was really a genius that was hard to come by in thousands of years in Huanyu. At this moment, Princess Tian was getting closer and closer. She waved her hand gently and a small golden bell appeared in her hand. A small hammer appeared in her right hand. As for the purple comb from before, it was floating at her feet, supporting her. Her strength and talent were very ordinary, but her soul force was very strong. Moreover, she had many treasures on her, which made people jealous. After all, she came from Miao Shen's true inheritance. That place was the gathering place of boundary deities. How could there be a lack of divine weapons there? A 5th grade divine artifact. A grade 6 divine artifact, Rising Sun Blunt Lightning Bell. It can kill even peak martial ancestors, not to mention you who are already exhausted. Princess Tian's voice was cold. She was also the last person to attack Lin Ling, but her methods were also the strongest. Clang! She gently tapped the bell with her little hand, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The Platinum Palace was immediately flooded by electric snakes. These bolts of lightning were colorful, as if they had gathered all the lightning in the universe. Most importantly, the lightning attracted the ancestors' tribulation in the sky, revealing Lin Ling's location even more clearly. Hee hee, you're still alive. Princess Tian struck the ground again, and all the lightning formed a net of electricity, rushing towards Lin Ling from all directions. Good, very good. Duan Feihong immediately laughed excitedly. He could also see that with Lin Ling's powerful body, he didn't fear the lightning at all. However, the lightning could lock onto him and continue to wreak havoc on Lin Ling, consuming Lin Ling's strength. In the end, Lin Ling would be on the verge of death. At that time, whether it was them or the ancestral tribulation in the sky, it would be enough to take Lin Ling's life. Bitch! Seeing this, Lin Ling shouted coldly. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. Now, he had personally experienced it. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the lightning net, but he could sense that the ancestors' tribulation was moving in the distant sky and had locked onto him. It was as if the Jade Emperor had arrived with an army of thousands of men and horses. Princess Tian, what a vicious heart. He had to destroy the lightning net immediately. Hee, this time, I'll see how you block it. You can block it this time, but you can't block it next time. I, Princess Tian, don't have much, but I have a lot of treasures. Princess Tian said ferociously. Her voice attracted everyone's attention, and they all laughed. They only needed to hold on for a moment more. Princess Tian, do you really think that I, Lin Ling, only have this little trick? Don't think that just because you came from Miao Shen's true inheritance, you have a lot of treasures. In terms of treasures, I don't have any less than you. In mid-air, Lin Ling shouted coldly, and a green flag appeared in his left hand, and a dragon ball appeared in his right hand. However, when they saw the dragon ball in Lin Ling's hand, everyone's expression changed instantly. Princess Tian frowned, because when Lin Ling took out the dragon ball, a dragon demon immediately appeared, and this time, bang! 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 Sure enough, the dragon ball began to shoot out rays of light and landed on the ground. Then, it began to squirm and gradually turned into two fiendish metal men. Black metal light blossomed with ruthless light. With sharp teeth and a long fork in one hand and a chain in the other, they stood in front of Lin Ling as if they were the left and right door gods. They were 5 meters tall and burly like bears. Everyone seemed to have forgotten how to breathe when they saw these two metal devils. Because they had seen such evil spirits before, in this black gold castle, their combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. However, how did Lin Ling subdue these two black gold spirits? Impossible, impossible, these metal spirits are unique to the black gold castle. Lin Ling can't control them. That's right, he's going to die together. He intends to let the metal spirits kill us, and eventually kill him. Princess Tian kept shaking her head, unable to believe everything in front of her eyes. Destroy it. However, Lin Ling waved the banner in his hand and shouted angrily. Bang! The two evil spirits roared and took a step forward. One from the left and one from the right, they rushed towards the thunder net and actually burst it. This time, the entire place was silent. If everyone was afraid at the beginning, then now they were afraid. Because they could clearly see that the two unreasonable evil spirits seemed to listen to Lin Ling's words. Heavens, why is this Lin Ling so difficult to kill? Princess Tian, in terms of treasures, you're not the only one who has them. Kill her. Lin Ling knew that time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to clean up all the threatening enemies before the ancestors' calamity arrived. The two evil spirits received the order and immediately pounced on Princess Tian. One of them changed direction halfway and pounced on Duan Feihong. These two were currently the strongest two. As long as they were dead, the remaining people would not be able to harm Lin Ling. Rumble. The evil spirit that Princess Tian was facing immediately broke the bell in Princess Tian's hand as soon as the chains came out. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. With just one collision, she knew that this evil spirit was most likely the strongest person below the half-step martial god. She was so jealous that her teeth itched. Lin Ling had too many treasures. The divine sword, the dragon demon, and now he had even subdued the black gold evil spirit. Princess Tian was like a beggar compared to Lin Ling. Duan Feihong, who had already turned into a giant, roared, "What's so great about a mere evil spirit?" He actually chose to fight the evil spirit head-on and threw a punch. Crack! Crack! However, after the collision, he realized how strong the evil spirit was. It was almost comparable to a half-step martial god. His arm instantly emitted the sound of bones shattering, causing his expression to change drastically. He wanted to retreat, but the chains immediately wrapped around him. The evil spirit pulled fiercely and actually forcefully twisted Duan Feihong's arm into minced meat. Ah! Duan Feihong, who had been cut off, frantically retreated and cried out in pain. He never expected that his arm would be crippled in order to kill Lin Ling. One had to know that his arm was crippled after he used his talent. This meant that no matter what heavenly and earthly treasures he used, his crippled arm would not be able to recover. Without a doubt, his combat strength had been greatly reduced. The two strongest people were suppressed, and the others' faces were pale. The confidence in their hearts was constantly disintegrating, and in the end, they were continuously killed by the dragon demon. Chapter 36-69. The Son of the Undying Demon. At this moment, Lin Ling could be said to be majestic and awe-inspiring. He was fighting a group of experts alone, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The Platinum Palace was also shaken by the impact, and the ancient walls were riddled with holes. No one had expected that this battle would be so intense. However, the panic of everyone didn't make Lin Ling happy in the slightest because he noticed that the ancestral tribulation was getting closer and closer. Moreover, he was worried about the god of assassins. For a long time, he had been hiding this trump card to guard against the god of killers. However, up until now, the god of killers still hadn't appeared. He was really patient. However, Lin Ling knew that the god of assassins was waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, take Yu and the others away immediately. Please. He immediately looked at a corner of the Platinum Palace and secretly transmitted his voiceover. This was because Lin Ling knew that the real battle at the pinnacle had only just begun. All right. Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, and the others nodded quietly. Then, they quietly approached Yu and the others. Yu and the others also received Lin Ling's voice and immediately withdrew from the illusion and quietly left the Platinum Hall. At this moment, the Platinum Palace was in chaos. The ground was being overturned from time to time. Everyone was facing Lin Ling's dragon demon, so no one had the time to pay attention to them. Brother Ling, we'll wait for you at home. Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be of much help if they stayed. They didn't have a freakish physical body like Lin Ling's, so leaving would really help Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling was free of worries, he could finally let loose. And at this time, the eight-god celestial palace suddenly trembled. Everyone lost their footing and fell to the ground. An enormous pressure descended from the sky. It felt as if someone was grabbing the eight gods' heavenly palace and shaking it. Ancestral tribulation. The expressions of Duan Feihong, Princess Tian, and the others changed drastically, and they said in shock, "Such power, it should be the legendary Nirvana tribulation." The ancestral tribulation was divided into 7 types: void, reality, shattering, destruction, extreme, shattering, and Nirvana tribulation. The final Nirvana tribulation had not appeared for 100,000 years. It was said that the most recent one had occurred to the Glazed Empress. 100,000 years ago, when she had reached the martial progenitor realm, she had faced the Nirvana tribulation. We must destroy him. Duan Feihong's death. Of the Nirvana realm Nirvana, she God. She, Lin Ling she Nirvana Naya God, S, with the level. Tian everyone. Is. Looking at Lin Ling again, the terrifying pressure of the ancestors' tribulation was pressing down, forcing Lin Ling to fall to the ground. His expression was more solemn than anyone else's. It's finally here. Unfortunately, the ancestral tribulation came at the wrong time. Too many people were eyeing him covetously. Boom! The majesty of the ancestors' tribulation completely reached the Platinum Palace. Like a violent storm, the Platinum Palace and the ancient walls were torn apart piece by the terrifying astral winds. The entire vast and boundless Platinum Palace was shaking at this moment. At this instant, everyone stopped fighting. Even the dragon demon and the others stopped fighting. However, the pressure was only to determine whether Lin Ling was the one who was about to transcend the tribulation. It was also to check everything about Lin Ling. If someone helped Lin Ling to transcend the tribulation, then the difficulty of Lin Ling's tribulation would double. After sensing the 2 dragon balls released by Lin Ling, the pressure became even stronger. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Obviously, the ancestral tribulation thought that he, Lin Ling, was relying on the dragon demon's evil spirit to help him transcend the tribulation. You must immediately put away the dragon balls. Otherwise, the ancestral tribulation will double and your chances of transcending the tribulation will be reduced by half. The giant ghost that had been floating beside Lin Ling said fiercely. All right. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose, so he quickly took back the dragon demons and the 2 evil spirits. However, just as these 2 treasures were put away, a fatal killing intent finally appeared. This killing intent came from the Platinum Palace. It was like a deadly viper hidden in the forest, following Lin Ling in the dark. The moment Lin Ling was slacking and tired, it immediately attacked. God of Assassins. A ray of light shot towards Lin Ling at an incomparably fast speed. Furthermore, this person looked extremely young, but the aura that erupted from his body was rising steadily. This aura was filled with killing intent, causing one's entire body to turn cold. God of Assassins. This person was the most powerful person in the Flying Dragon organization, the real overlord. He was also the person that all the heroes feared the most. This was because this person was an assassin. No matter how powerful one was, one could be killed by him. After all, no matter how powerful a martial artist was, he would get tired and would not be able to constantly be on guard against killing intent. As for the God of Assassins, he could wait for 10,000 years or even 100,000 years for a single target. How could a person remain alert for 100,000 years? Furthermore, this person's strength was rumored to be the most powerful half-step martial god in JoJo. He was only a step away from becoming a martial god. Looking at the deadly assassin, everyone's hearts trembled. Their bodies turned cold, very cold. It was as if they were afraid that they would be targeted by the God of Assassins. However, when they saw the person's appearance, everyone's hearts exploded. He was actually Wuxia Xianxia. Even Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Wuxia Xianxia was the most powerful genius of the Wuxia clan in the Yan province. He was related to Wuxia Wuji by blood. Because of this, Lin Ling had always given him face. In addition, this person had spoken up for Lin Ling a few times and had no enmity towards Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had never expected that the God of Assassins would be him. One had to know that Lin Ling had guessed that the God of Assassins might be Princess Tian or Longnyang. However, he had never thought of Wuxia Xianxia. No matter how strong a lion is, there will be a time when it gets tired. This is why assassins like us exist. Lin Ling, you must be tired. Die. Wuxia Xianxia said coldly as he shot towards Lin Ling. This person was extremely powerful. However, he still chose to kill Lin Ling when Lin Ling was at his weakest. This showed how cautious he was. And now, Lin Ling was at his weakest. Dream on. Lin Ling roared as he ignored the ancestors' calamity in the sky. He waved his right hand and the dragon ball appeared in his hand. Then, a ferocious light shot out from it. The strongest evil spirit. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it bared its fangs. It was an existence that was comparable to a half-step martial god. It was even stronger than the Emperor of Assassins. Lin Ling had hidden this evil spirit to deal with the god of assassins. Swoosh! At the same time, a fatal attack came. It was swift and beautiful, as though killing was an art. However, it was blocked by the evil spirit in front of Lin Ling. What was even more frightening was that this fatal blow actually split the evil spirit into 2, and a terrifying murderous aura continued to erupt. What? Everyone's hearts exploded. What the fuck? Lin Ling still has a trump card? Chapter 3670. The ancient coffin opened. Everyone was shocked. They finally knew why Lin Ling was so confident in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. This guy was well prepared. As for the heavenly princess and Duan Feihong, their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. Because if Lin Ling had used this evil spirit earlier, then they would have been dead a long time ago. However, Lin Ling had not used it. This meant that they were not worthy of Lin Ling's attention. If not for the sudden arrival of the ancestors' calamity, which exceeded Lin Ling's expectations, they were nothing in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling only had one target in his eyes, and that was the god of assassins. Thinking of this, the 2 of them trembled in anger as if they had suffered a great humiliation. With their strength and status, Lin Ling actually dared to look down on them. The god of assassins was puzzled. Obviously, he did not expect the 6 evil spirits to be so strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 6 evil spirits in one blow, this god of assassins was really something. However, at this moment, the god of assassins that had been cut off began to wriggle again and recovered to its original state. The 6 evil spirits stared at the god of assassins as if they were guardians from the underworld. At this moment, even though the god of assassins was very knowledgeable, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. How could he not know how powerful his fatal strike was? He had once relied on this strike to kill countless famous old monsters. However, he had failed today. He was defeated by a junior of a sage. Kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling could not care so much as he pointed at the god of assassins and roared. Roar! The 6 evil spirits immediately rushed over and attacked without any regard for their lives. For a moment, they were entangled with the god of assassins. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. As expected of the rumored son of devil, Lin Ling, who was the most difficult to kill. At this moment, even the god of assassins had appeared. Lin Ling was still alive and seemed to have the upper hand. Kill Lin Ling. Duan Feihong knew that the opportunity couldn't be missed. Today's battle had already reached such a stage, so he had to eliminate Lin Ling no matter what. And Lin Ling no longer had any dragon demons or evil spirits around him. This also caused people to become restless. They also knew that they had thoroughly offended Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's temperament, if he broke through, he would definitely kill everyone who wanted to kill him today. This was already a dead end. If Lin Ling didn't die, then they would die. Kill. Everyone rushed over, determined to fight to the death. Come on. Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. Today, he was going to throw caution to the wind and kill to his heart's content. However, this time, he didn't release the dragon demons and other creatures because he knew that the ancestors' tribulation was about to arrive. If the dragon demons and other creatures appeared, they would definitely be killed by the ancestors' tribulation. Therefore, he immediately shot towards the ancient platinum coffin in the corner. This ancient coffin had been lying there all this time. No matter how intense the battle was, the ancient coffin didn't move at all. This showed how extraordinary it was. And so far, this ancient coffin was the thing that people couldn't see through the most. Some people rumored that there were countless treasures in the ancient coffin, but there might also be hidden demons. Of course, Lin Ling's goal wasn't the ancient coffin, but the white flag on the ancient coffin. Lin Ling had already noticed this white flag. Many people had also noticed it, but they felt that it was a serious matter, so no one dared to approach it. But Lin Ling knew that this white flag was the same as the cyan flag in his hand, only the color was different. This was obviously the dark cloud flag. When Lin Ling obtained the cyan dark cloud flag, the black gold evil spirits immediately appeared at the top of the hall before he even got close. Boom! Sure enough, when Lin Ling approached the ancient platinum coffin, the platinum flag fluttered, and platinum liquid began to drip down from the platinum hull. A terrifying atmosphere quietly spread out in the platinum palace. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Some of the more cowardly people didn't say anything and immediately wanted to rush out of the platinum hall. Rumble. But the platinum hall's doors suddenly crashed down, completely sealing the hall. Drip, drip, drip. And the platinum liquid that dripped down from the ground quietly merged and gradually wriggled, beginning to transform into figures that were larger than the six-headed evil spirits. The ferocious aura seemed to materialize, rushing towards everyone's faces. Lin Ling, how dare you? Princess Tian didn't know what was happening, but she knew that this matter was definitely related to Lin Ling. Why wouldn't I dare? Since you all want to kill me, then let's perish together. Lin Ling was already standing on top of the platinum coffin, and he was walking step by step towards the white flag. He looked up to the sky and laughed arrogantly. Everyone was furious. This damned Lin Ling. Even the god of assassins had a serious expression at this moment as he watched the platinum evil spirits gradually take shape. The fully formed platinum evil spirits were clearly larger, reaching up to 100 meters. They were like savages, bending over, their white hair fluttering. But when the long hair was blown away, a smiling face could be seen. Every single golden white evil spirit was laughing. Most importantly, this kind of smiling face was like the smiling face of an idiot, as if it didn't have any thoughts or emotions. But this kind of smiling face, coupled with that kind of body, was the most frightening. Eat, eat, eat. All the platinum evil spirits made the same sound, and they moved, pouncing towards the crowd. Their speed was beyond everyone's imagination. No one could stop them. People could only shout for help, and when the platinum evil spirits arrived, they grabbed with their big hands as if they were insects. Then, they looked up to the sky, opened their mouths, and put those people into their mouths. Crunch, crunch. Then, they started biting. Blood flowed out from the platinum evil spirits' mouths, and those people were also swallowed into their stomachs. Eat, eat, eat. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the platinum hall. Everyone was trembling, and at this moment, there was only endless regret. They should not have come to this platinum hall, and they should not have killed Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling's expression was extremely serious, because he realized that these platinum evil spirits had the souls of martial gods. Martial gods. No wonder they were so powerful. Moreover, these platinum evil spirits did not distinguish between friend and foe, because one of them was pouncing towards Lin Ling. Damn it! Lin Ling quickly ran towards the white flag. He did not know how to deal with these monsters, so he hoped that the white flag could control these platinum evil spirits. When his hand touched the white flag, he pulled it hard. However, it was useless. That platinum evil spirit continued to pounce on him, a smile on its face, and saliva dripped from its mouth. It was extremely terrifying. You can't control this flag. Instead, the giant ghost next to him spoke. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing that, Lin Ling could not help but curse. This little ghost always spoke after the fact, waiting for things to happen before speaking. If not for the urgent situation, Lin Ling really wanted to beat him up. However, after the banner was opened, the ancient coffin was also opened. The giant ghost spoke again, and its words stunned Lin Ling. His expression instantly turned serious, and he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 3671. It was a fierce battle. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling transformed into a giant and placed his hands on the sides of the ancient coffin in an attempt to resist the suction force. Although he didn't know what was inside the ancient coffin, Lin Ling knew that if he was sucked in, it would be very dangerous. Giant ghost, think of something. Lin Ling turned around and said. Unfortunately, the giant ghost's face was calm, and no one knew what it was thinking. On the other hand, the god of assassins was staring at Lin Ling from a distance. Seeing Lin Ling holding on to the ancient coffin, he was ecstatic. This was a great opportunity to kill Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling fell into the ancient coffin, he would lose without a doubt. Die! The god of assassins roared. He used all his strength to block the attack of the 6 evil spirits. He swung his right hand and a deadly dagger shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted and his killing intent surged. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. If he was hit by the god of assassins, Lin Ling would definitely lose. Therefore, he had to let go and allow the suction force to bring him into the ancient coffin. Whoosh! In the end, the dagger missed because Lin Ling had already let go. Lin Ling is dead. Seeing this, even the god of killers, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. The unkillable Lin Ling had finally been killed by him. Carefree, how carefree. Princess Tian and the others also revealed excited smiles, as if they had gotten their revenge. It was no wonder that they were so agitated. Because just Lin Ling alone had annihilated all of them, and they had almost been completely annihilated. How could they not be happy when they saw that their greatest enemy had finally died? You want me to die? Dream on. Just you wait. When I, Lin Ling, return to the light of day, your time of death will also come. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the ancient coffin, so cold that it penetrated one's heart. It was Lin Ling's voice. Everyone's hearts immediately trembled. Lin Ling was still not dead? He was too tenacious. In their hearts, Lin Ling had already become a nightmare. Don't be afraid of him. He's already at the end of his rope. He's only holding the edge of the coffin with one hand. He won't be able to hold on for long. However, the god of assassins could see Lin Ling's current situation. Then, he laughed. At present, Lin Ling's situation was indeed not good. His whole body had been sucked into the coffin, and he was only holding on to the edge of the coffin with one hand. The god of assassins couldn't help but tease, Lin Ling, come and touch me. If you can touch a single strand of my hair, come on. With that, he leaped into the sky. He no longer feared the current Lin Ling could not harm him at all. What the god of assassins wanted to do now was to immediately seize the treasures, especially the assassin's weapon and the treasures for breaking through to the next realm. He was determined to get them. Before seizing the treasures, he had also released a ruthless attack on the 6 evil spirits. Although he couldn't kill them, he could cut them apart and let them fuse back together. This amount of time was enough for the god of assassins. In the sky above the main hall, countless treasures were circling around. From time to time, many treasures were thrown out and were taken by the people on the ground. The god of assassins' eyes were red. Among the treasures, he saw many supreme artifacts. Those were the real artifacts from the era of the gods. Unfortunately, he held them back. What he wanted most now was the treasures for breaking through to the next realm, the Einherjar's fragment, and the assassin's totem. The assassin's shield and assassin's weapon. I must get them. The god of assassins roared in his heart. But at this moment, an ancient force surged over, causing the god of assassins' expression to change. When he came to his senses, he found himself trapped in a world. What is this? The god of assassins was terrified. He found out that his strength had been sealed. He couldn't help but subconsciously look at the ancient coffin. He found that Lin Ling was about to be sucked into the ancient coffin, but he was smiling at him fiercely. At this moment, the god of assassins knew that Lin Ling had made a move on him. But what kind of method was this? How could it seal his strength? Didn't you ask me to try and touch a hair of yours? I'm doing it now. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Lin Ling, who was close to death, actually still had the strength to threaten the god of assassins. However, after Lin Ling's words, he was also completely sucked into the ancient coffin. This finally made everyone feel relieved. He was finally dead. The experts of the top 10 academies had joined forces, in addition to the Heavenly Princess and other experts, and even the strongest god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization had been mobilized. They had only managed to kill Lin Ling after almost being completely wiped out. This was an intense battle. Although they had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. After Lin Ling disappeared, the power around the god of assassins also disappeared. However, before the god of assassins could catch his breath, several white lights suddenly flashed and charged at the god of assassins like hyenas. Then, a heart-wrenching cry of pain sounded. The god of assassins was surrounded by platinum evil spirits. His arm was being bitten off, and blood was gushing out. My arm, get out of my way. The god of assassins also knew that if he delayed any longer, he would definitely die. Therefore, he exploded with all his strength, gave up on his bitten arm, and rushed out of the treasure circle. His other hand made a grabbing motion in the air and snatched the weapons of the two assassins. Then, he rushed out of the room. He was very weak now, and one of his arms was crippled. He knew that he had to leave immediately. For this, he didn't even want the Einherjar fragment. His life was obviously more important. When he arrived at the door of the Platinum Palace, a dagger appeared in his other hand. He slashed at the door fiercely. After consuming more blood essence, he finally slashed open the door and rushed out of the Platinum Palace. Lin Ling. A resentful voice floated out from his mouth. This was because if it weren't for Lin Ling's counterattack before he died, he wouldn't have been bitten on his arm, and he wouldn't have given up on the Einherjar fragment. Now, his hatred for Lin Ling and his anger towards Lin Ling had reached a monstrous level. Lin Ling, you're really ruthless. Everyone had witnessed everything with their own eyes, and they all shivered in fear. Lin Ling was indeed a ruthless person. Before he died, he had crippled half of the god of assassins' combat power. If such a ruthless person didn't die, he would definitely be their greatest enemy. Boom! However, at this moment, the 6 evil spirits gave up on the god of assassins and rushed towards Duan Feihong. Damn it! Duan Feihong was immediately frightened. He had already lost an arm. If he was entangled by the 6 evil spirits, he didn't need to think about the consequences. Hurry up and snatch the treasures, then escape from here. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale. They couldn't care less and frantically snatched the treasures. Unfortunately, most of them were swallowed by the platinum evil spirits. Only a small number of people were lucky enough to snatch the treasures, then rushed out along the escape route of the god of assassins. However, the situation was critical, and the treasures they snatched weren't any better. Princess Tian looked at Duan Feihong in fear. She also snatched an armor and then retreated. Of course, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This was all because of Lin Ling. Chapter 3672. The Great Calamity has arrived. Princess Tian, help me. Seeing that Princess Tian is about to escape, Duan Feihong shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Princess Tian did not even look back as she gradually disappeared from the Platinum Palace. Duan Feihong looked around and saw that the 6 evil spirits were still pestering him. However, the platinum evil spirits were also slowly closing in on him. It's over. Duan Feihong muttered to himself, his face ashen. The entire Platinum Palace seemed to have met with a calamity. The ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. All sorts of wails and screams could be heard. As time passed, it finally quieted down. Only a large number of evil spirits were crawling on the ground, constantly eating the severed limbs on the ground. This battle could be said to be a tragic one. It greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The scariest thing was that when the evil spirits saw the hole in the Platinum Palace door, they actually ran out through the hole. This also frightened the elites outside the Platinum Palace, causing them to look for a way out. Quick, this way. In the East District, Yu led the group forward. The people behind her were all elites from the Wind Snow Academy. Yu, I heard that Lin Ling is dead. Tian Ao and the rest had received news that Lin Ling had died in the Platinum Palace. Their mood was extremely low. We believe that Brother Ling will not die. Unexpectedly, Yu and Xian Yuan Gu's faces were extremely firm. Seeing this, Tian Ao and the rest sighed softly. They thought that Yu and the rest were just comforting themselves. Lin Ling, good job. Those who offend me, however far they are, will be destroyed. Under the leadership of Princess Tian and Duan Feihong, the elites from the various academies targeted Lin Ling. They even developed to the point where they had to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling also fought back fiercely, causing them to pay a huge price. Lin Ling, a true man. Luo Wuchang said with admiration. Fairy Xian Yen and the others were also filled with excitement. Lin Ling had fought against so many experts alone. Even though he had died, it was a glorious death. Before we entered this place, Brother Ling had already told us where the exit was. Now, let's not talk about anything else and immediately follow me to find the exit. Yu ignored the crowd's words and spoke calmly. Her words carried an unquestionable might. Good. Everyone quickened their pace and began searching the East District. The Eastern District was undoubtedly the safest among the 4 districts. Especially after Lin Ling took away the underworld cloud flag, there were no evil spirits to be seen here. Meanwhile, in the other districts, the platinum evil spirits had already spread out, causing the powerhouses to flee in all directions. As for the Platinum Hall, the huge ancient coffin had quietly closed, and everything had returned to normal. However, inside the ancient coffin, a violent gale blew in all directions. Lin Ling was in the middle of the gale, and he realized that he was constantly sinking. This feeling was as if he was in the middle of the ocean, and also as if he was in the void of the universe. Moreover, a huge force surged over, as if it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. However, when it rains, it pours. Another huge majestic aura suddenly appeared above Lin Ling. Countless gods and demons angrily glared at Lin Ling. They stepped on the tribulation clouds and held all kinds of divine weapons in their hands. It was as if they wanted to take away Lin Ling, the criminal. Fuck, ancestors' tribulation. Lin Ling cursed angrily. Moreover, he sensed that the ancestors' tribulation was even stronger than before. It was probably the strongest ancestors' tribulation in the history of the 9 prefectures. The reason for this was because the platinum ancient coffin had blocked the ancestors' tribulation. Therefore, the ancestors' tribulation thought that Lin Ling had sought help from others to pass the tribulation. Therefore, its power had doubled. Rumble. A huge suction force suddenly appeared and pulled Lin Ling's body, including his soul. An unprecedented pain came. Lin Ling felt that his flesh, bones, buttocks, and even the cells in his body were about to explode. However, another huge force appeared below Lin Ling, and it was also pulling Lin Ling crazily. This force obviously came from the ancient coffin. According to legend, the ancient coffin led to the underworld. Anyone who was sucked in would only die and become a vengeful spirit of the underworld. The underworld was the sum of all the hells. It was the core of the ghost realm. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling dared to go to the ghost realm and fight against hell with his own strength. That was because the hell in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was not powerful. The martial artist's strength was monstrous. They could also break the sky and change their fate. However, the underworld was different. This was the hell of the 9 prefectures. Not to mention Lin Ling, even a god might not be able to escape the punishment of the underworld. Therefore, what was fighting against the ancestors' tribulation was the power from the underworld. This mutual pulling, the one suffering was Lin Ling. However, ordinary people would rather die in the face of such pain. They would rather suffer and not hesitate to have their souls scattered. However, Lin Ling's temperament was firm. He had encountered too many life and death tribulations in his life. Therefore, until the final moment, his dictionary did not give up on this saying. Even if he encountered the greatest pain and suffering, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Giant Ghost, do you have any ideas? Lin Ling had turned into a bloody man. His whole body was dripping with blood, but he still asked the evil ghost not far away. However, the giant ghost was floating there, but it shook its head. What was surprising was that in the face of such a terrifying force, it was safe and sound. The power here can't be broken. We can only endure it. However, the giant ghost still opened its mouth and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth. Perceiving Lin Ling's tenacious resistance, the ancestors' tribulation in the sky changed again. A terrifying great tribulation thunder world appeared. It was like Lin Ling's god's staircase, with a domineering force bombarding Lin Ling. Boom! Lin Ling immediately felt his entire body splitting apart. Even his powerful physical strength could not withstand it at this moment. At the same time, his body also moved closer to the ancestors' tribulation. However, sensing this, the power from the underworld below became stronger and pulled Lin Ling up again. Moreover, in an instant, it passed through the wind and waves, causing Lin Ling to appear in a void. Looking at it, there was a dazzling light spot below Lin Ling. All kinds of painful sounds floated out from the light spot, making one's scalp tingle. The underworld. That was the passage to the underworld. It was also known as the real Yellow Spring Great Path. Those who appeared in the Yellow Spring Great Path, even gods could not resist this power unless they had a powerful force that surpassed the universe's void. For ordinary people, appearing here was not painful. Instead, it was extremely comfortable, as if they had been freed. However, Lin Ling was an exception. The power from the underworld became stronger and stronger, trying to bring Lin Ling into the underworld. However, the ancestors' tribulation in the sky sensed this and made its move. Another terrifying great tribulation fire world appeared, suppressing Lin Ling. And this was the Nirvana tribulation. Legend has it that the Nirvana tribulation killed 100 generations. As long as one could not endure it, they would not be able to reincarnate for 100 generations. In fact, this was a force thousands of times stronger than the lightning tribulation. Chapter 3673. Tribulation of the 3,000 Great Realms. Of course, it was only him. If it were anyone else, they would have been annihilated long ago. This was because Lin Ling had been fighting in the Platinum Hall for a long time and was about to encounter such a great tribulation. How could an ordinary person resist it? God of killers, if I, Lin Ling, don't die, you will die. Lin Ling's eyes were red as he swore a blood oath. Boom! The third tribulation arrived. Ice and snow intersected. This was the Great Tribulation Ice World. Next, the Great Tribulation Stone World. The Great Tribulation Golden World. The Great Tribulation Ghost World. It was as if countless great realms were suppressing Lin Ling in the void. In addition to this terrifying power, below Lin Ling, the power of the underworld was also wreaking havoc on Lin Ling. Lin Ling felt as if he was in a furnace. The two types of flames were refining him crazily. In the distance, the giant ghost looked at him indifferently. Only it knew that it was because of the power of the ancestors' tribulation that Lin Ling was not brought into the underworld. And with the power of the underworld, the ancestors' tribulation that descended on Lin Ling weakened at some point. Rumble. In the sky, the ancestors' tribulation grew larger and larger. The 3,000 Great Tribulation worlds continued to suppress. If the powerhouses of the final world were here, they would be scared pale. 3,000 Great Tribulation worlds. One had to know that ordinary martial artists were only transcending thunder tribulation. But Lin Ling was facing the tribulation of a great world. Moreover, there were more than 3,000 of them. If other martial artists had to face the 3,000 Great Tribulation thunder tribulation, they might not be able to withstand it, let alone the tribulation of a great world. Boom! As the tribulation of a great world continued to suppress, Lin Ling's body finally exploded. His godly demon body could not withstand the tribulation thunder and was annihilated. All the treasures on Lin Ling's body scattered into the darkness and floated around. Heaven-swallowing sword. Tyrannical singing sword. Mini Kunlun. All the royal crystals. However, the tribulation of a great world continued to crash down. Because Lin Ling's soul was still there. The tribulation of the great world was madly bombarding Lin Ling's soul. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if there was no flow of time here. The great world's tribulation, which had been surging at the beginning, gradually dimmed and finally became silent. The ancestral tribulation had finally disappeared. And because of the continuous bombardment of the ancestral calamity, the power of the underworld finally gave up on pulling Lin Ling. In the entire world, there were only countless treasures floating around, motionless and unmoving. This place seemed to have been abandoned by the world. At this moment, a beam of light flashed. It was the giant ghost. It floated towards the treasures that were scattered all over the sky. Then, it found a treasure that could nourish one's soul. Next, it walked towards the other side and finally stopped flying. There was a wisp of flame there. It was an extremely dim flame, as if it was about to be extinguished at any moment. The giant ghost quietly watched the wisp of flame. It refined the spirit grass, turning it into a warm energy that wrapped around the flame. Gradually, the flame grew brighter. Seeing this, the giant ghost flew away again. Not long after, it returned with a soul-nourishing treasure. The cycle repeated itself. Time passed just like that. Finally, one day, the flame became more and more exuberant. The giant ghost also stopped providing treasures and quietly watched because it knew that in the following time, this wisp of flame would be able to recover on its own. And this flame was Lin Ling's soul. Under the endless great world's tribulation, his physical body was completely destroyed. Even his soul was destroyed, leaving behind a wisp of soul flame. However, this wisp of soul flame reignited from the ashes. After the ancestral tribulation passed, it gradually grew larger. Finally, one day, it began to transform into a human form. This person's body fluttered. His expression was cold and his long hair fluttered. He stood quietly in the sky, giving off an irresistible aura. I, Lin Ling, am back. That person said indifferently. That's right, he was Lin Ling. At this moment, he had successfully passed the ancestral tribulation. Speaking of which, he originally only had a 50% chance of passing the thunder tribulation. However, his luck was not bad. He happened to be sucked into the ancient coffin and appeared on the road to the underworld. At the beginning, the ancestral tribulation thought that someone had helped Lin Ling cross the tribulation, so the power greatly increased. But later, Lin Ling was between life and death. The ancestral tribulation also thought that Lin Ling had failed to pass the tribulation and was a dead man. Therefore, the power of the last 100 waves of the great world's tribulation weakened. I didn't expect that after experiencing the tempering of the underworld and the ancestral tribulation, my soul force would continuously increase by 3,000 steps, reaching 20,000 steps. Lin Ling muttered to himself, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. That's right. If your soul force didn't increase at a critical moment, perhaps you still wouldn't have been able to cross this tribulation. At this time, the giant ghost said fiercely. That's right, 20,000 steps. This is a new dividing line. My divine steps should be able to reach the second step. Lin Ling smiled. The feeling of being resurrected from the dead was good, very good. My body, reassemble. Then, Lin Ling looked at the entire vast world. He was like the master of the world. Under his command, the entire world suddenly changed. Countless tiny stars appeared, sparkling. Moreover, they gathered crazily and finally condensed into a mud-like shape, constantly squirming. All treasures, return. Lin Ling's soul walked towards the mud step by step and coldly shouted. Countless treasures shot over and fused into the mud. The mud grew larger and larger, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the treasures that Lin Ling had accumulated before completely displayed their effects, continuously fusing into the mud. The mud began to turn into a huge whirlpool. In this mysterious world, there seemed to be no fluctuations of time. Everything was still, so still that it was terrifying. In the boundless universe, there were no strange things, but here, there were no creatures. One by one, jellyfish-like creatures swam in the distance. It was unknown what these jellyfish were formed from, but their swimming speed was extremely fast. They were also devouring the remnants of the world. They could devour anything. Perhaps, they were also the scavengers of this world. They kept swimming, but when a huge whirlpool appeared in front of them, they all stopped moving and quietly floated there. The huge whirlpool floating in front of them was extremely huge and could devour anything. It was terrifying. However, when all the treasures were devoured, the huge whirlpool shook, and the sound shocked the entire world. Then, the whirlpool remained still, but then, it shook again. This time, all the jellyfish-like creatures trembled, revealing their fear. However, the whirlpool did not have any big movements. Instead, it slowly shrank and gradually began to transform into a human figure. This person had delicate features, long hair casually scattered over his shoulders, and a slender body. He was a rare handsome man. He looked around indifferently, his eyes were a little blank, as if he was extremely puzzled by everything that had happened. But soon, this blank look gradually disappeared. Chapter 36-74. Demon Hell Flesh. The celestial demon flesh of the great world. The man chuckled. His smile was one of extreme satisfaction. The celestial demon flesh of the great world was a flesh that had been refined by the world, allowing him to enter and exit the mystical grounds freely without being affected by the restrictions. It was as if he had merged with the rift. My flesh's strength has reached the force of 9,000 worlds. The man's smile widened. If my talents are combined, it will reach the force of 11,000. Progenitor's Wheel. Who would have thought that my Dantian would form the progenitor's wheel after reaching the martial progenitor realm? The force emitted by the progenitor's wheel is purer and denser than the force of the martial sacred realm. Second layer martial progenitor realm. It's not a waste to collect so many treasures. It also means that I've regained Li Xiaoyao's strength. I, Lin Ling, have successfully overcome the progenitor's tribulation. The man burst out laughing. He was the only one who knew how terrifying his progenitor's tribulation was. However, once he overcame it, he would have a meteoric rise. Sixth Dantian, born. The man's hair danced wildly as a terrifying force surged, shaking the entire world. How was this still the force of the second layer martial progenitor realm? Even the force of the fifth layer martial progenitor realm was weaker than his. His 6 Dantians had all reached the second layer martial progenitor realm. Those who had survived a great disaster were destined for great fortune. His essence, qi, and spirit domains had all improved tremendously. I have a feeling that unless you're a peak martial progenitor with a 7th grade ultimate desolated flesh, you won't stand a chance against me. The man took a step forward, causing the entire world to tremble vigorously. The mysterious jellyfishes in the distance shuddered. This was because circles of formless energy waves were surging towards them, shaking their bodies as if they were about to shatter into pieces. They could not believe that the ordinary-looking man had suppressed such a great force in his body. Come here. The man saw the jellyfishes not far away. He reached out his hand and unleashed a tremendous force, causing the jellyfishes to lose control of themselves and fly toward the man. The man glanced at the jellyfishes in his hand and frowned. These are the demon jellyfishes. At that instant, a demon the size of a fist flew toward him. It was a giant demon. Devil jellyfish? The man recalled those words and swallowed the jellyfish without hesitation. After the jellyfish was swallowed, the man immediately felt an incredible power surging. It was as if he had become the evil spirit jellyfish, the cleaner of this world. Everything would be cleared and devoured. The man couldn't help being shocked. After devouring it, I've also obtained the lowest grade of ghost-type talent. At the side, the giant ghost said fiercely. Ghost-type talent? Interesting. A talent that can swallow all powers? It is similar to my world-swallowing beast. However, the world-swallowing beast is too big. It can only swallow all the powers in one place. These jellyfish are more flexible. They can reach places that the world-swallowing beast cannot reach and swallow those powers. The man couldn't help but laugh. Then, he looked at the jellyfish in the distance greedily and shouted, "Come here." He stretched out his hand, and a large number of jellyfish were pulled over to him. Then, he swallowed them into his stomach. Among his 6 stanchions, one of them began to change. It became strange, mysterious, and filled with ghostly qi. It became a ghost-type dantian. Currently, the man had 2 dragon bloodlines in his dantian. They were the fire-type bloodline and the world-swallowing beast bloodline. Now, there was a ghost-type bloodline. After devouring the jellyfish, the man's ghost-type talent kept increasing. From a spirit body, it kept changing until it reached a desolate body. In the end, after devouring all the jellyfish, it reached the ultimate desolate body. Not enough. Still not enough. The man took a step and flew in this world with the speed of 9,000 realms. All the jellyfish he encountered along the way were devoured by him. Gradually, the man's ghost-type ultimate desolate body reached the 2nd grade ultimate desolate body. Devil hell body. The man also had a deeper understanding of this kind of talent. This talent was extremely strange. It could release countless evil spirit jellyfish, and each of the jellyfish was related to the warrior. It was like a clone technique. Most importantly, these evil spirit jellyfish were very fast. They could devour everything, including life energy, death energy, ghostly qi, and anything. After devouring, the energy could be converted into the dantian to increase one's cultivation realm. Most importantly, as long as the main body did not die, the evil spirit jellyfish would never die. They would not be attacked by any energy. Although his attack power, defense power, and speed were not the strongest, when it came to the degree of strangeness, this kind of talent was at the top of the list. I, Lin Ling, already have many tricks up my sleeves. Now, I have another trump card. The man laughed excitedly and began to search around again. Not long after, a huge jellyfish appeared in front of him. This jellyfish was extremely huge, like a huge cloud. Furthermore, this jellyfish also saw Lin Ling. A strong sense of natural enemy emanated from it. In this world, evil spirit jellyfish devoured each other. Therefore, the huge jellyfish king also sensed the ghostly qi on Lin Ling's body. It also wanted to devour Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also wanted to devour it. Look at how powerful you are. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Then, he shouted in a low voice, "Swords, come." In the distant world, 18 rays of light shot over. They passed through the endless starry sky and shot toward the huge jellyfish king. These swords were Li Xiaoyao's weapons, the true inheritance of the dark sword. The jellyfish king immediately became wary. However, it was too huge and could not be compared to those small jellyfish. Swoosh! 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 The 18 swords slashed the jellyfish king into pieces immediately. But soon, the jellyfish king merged again and everything returned to normal. Seeing this, Lin Ling was not surprised. He also had the evil spirit hell body. Naturally, he knew that the evil spirit jellyfish was indestructible. Let's try again. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. In the distant world, 2 more swords flew over. They were the tyrannical Song sword and the sky-swallowing sword. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling held the 2 swords in his hands. At the same time, Lin Ling unleashed the speed of 9,000 realms and shot forward. Swoosh! 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 In the pitch-black world, dazzling sword light bloomed. The 2 swords crossed and the jellyfish king, which had just recovered, was slashed apart again. This time, the jellyfish king recovered even more slowly. However, it also transformed all its fragments into evil spirit jellyfish. Then, it pounced on Lin Ling, wanting to devour Lin Ling. "Bastard, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Lin Ling sneered. His eyebrows twitched, and the chaotic eye appeared. The evil spirit jellyfish that he saw were immediately intimidated by the evil spirit jellyfish. Time and space divine steel. Lin Ling's heart moved. The ancient time and space divine steel appeared in an instant, suppressing a large number of evil spirit jellyfish. Chapter 3675. Charge out of the ancient coffin. Dragon Bow. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the jellyfish. A 5-meter-long dragon bone bow appeared in his hand. The moment the bow appeared, endless Buddhist chants resounded. All the wraith jellyfish began to tremble. Ghost elemental powers were clearly afraid of Buddhist elemental powers. Buddhist elemental powers were innately suppressive. As for the wraith jellyfish, they revealed looks of disbelief. This was because they knew that the person in front of them was also a wraith jellyfish. He was a ghost elemental, but his body also had Buddhist elemental powers. Wouldn't these 2 powers clash? Why was this person still alive and well? They did not know that Lin Ling's ghost elemental and Buddhist elemental powers were separated. They were located in 2 dantians, so how could they clash? Talent, fuse. Lin Ling bellowed once again as he transformed into a black monster. His body suffused a black metallic luster, but his limbs were in the shape of a dragon. Furthermore, compared to before, there was a new change to his talent fusion. Behind Lin Ling, there were tentacles that looked like wings. They were extremely dazzling. These tentacles were the jellyfish's tentacles. Now, with the 4 dantians and the fusion of the 4 great talents, Lin Ling had reached the 10th grade ultimate desolate body. As for talent fusion, it required talents of the same grade. Hence, Lin Ling did not fuse one of his lightning elemental dantians. This was because the lightning elemental dantian was a very ordinary dantian. In fact, even the spacetime divine monument did not have the qualifications to fuse with it. After the new talent fusion, Lin Ling was like a Buddha, a Fae, and a ghost. With a step, the speed of 1,100 worlds appeared. Slashing out with both swords, the wraith jellyfish were once again split apart. However, they were all devoured by Lin Ling. The wraith jellyfish were constantly devouring. In the end, even the wraith jellyfish king was afraid. This opponent had too many tricks up his sleeve. Furthermore, all of them were extremely strange. It was unbelievable. Escape. It wanted to escape, but just as it moved, a large number of vines suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world. They bound the wraith jellyfish's body, causing its body to go limp. It could no longer unleash its strength. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun, Lin Ling looked at the vines with a smile on his face. When Lin Ling was undergoing the tribulation, his entire body had exploded. Little Kunlun had also been blasted away, but it had been guarding Lin Ling from afar until Lin Ling was completely revived. Bang! And Lin Ling also walked step by step towards the evil ghost jellyfish king. At this moment, the evil ghost jellyfish king was trembling all over. It looked at Lin Ling as if it was looking at a real evil ghost. That's right, Lin Ling is an evil spirit right now. An evil spirit from the underworld. You're so weak. I thought I was going to use my final trump card. Unfortunately, you're still not qualified for me to use it. Lin Ling's palm landed on the evil ghost jellyfish king and began to devour it. In his dantian, the sixth dantian began to change. It turned pitch black and surged with ghostly chi. After completely devouring the malevolent jellyfish king, Lin Ling's ghost elemental talent had reached the level of a 4th grade ultimate desolate body. Speaking of which, this talent was the highest talent after the spacetime divine monument. Of course, Lin Ling also noticed that compared to the dragon race's talent, this evil spirit's talent was inferior in terms of King Dao. That meant that in terms of attack power, defense and speed, it was inferior to the dragon god's strength. However, the ghost elemental talent was known for its strangeness, so Lin Ling was not surprised. A 4th grade ultimate desolate body fused with my talent, allowing my talent to reach the 12th grade. What kind of concept is this? Thinking of the power after the fusion, Lin Ling could not help but be shocked. His strength had increased greatly. He finally understood what it meant to have a great increase in strength. It's time to leave this place. I don't know how long this breakthrough took. Yu and the rest must be very worried. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, his gaze turned cold. God of killers, you didn't expect me, Lin Ling, to still be alive, right? It's time to settle our scores. Following that, Lin Ling hurriedly looked at the giant ghost in the distance. Giant ghost, do you have a way to leave this place? Although Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, he still had to seek help from the giant ghost regarding the mysteries of Huanyu. Charge upwards. The giant ghost only had one sentence, which made Lin Ling immediately nod his head. With all his strength exploding, Lin Ling crazily charged upwards. Of course, he also turned back to look at the huge point of light behind him. He knew that it led to the underworld. Legend had it that anyone who died in the 9 prefectures would appear in the underworld. Furthermore, if hell or the ghost world collapsed, they would appear in the underworld. This made Lin Ling think of Lord Water Mist and company in the rainforest's sacred land. Back then, they had died in the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling had once sworn that he would bring them back one day. And now, as long as he headed towards the huge point of light, Lin Ling might be able to find Lord Water Mist and company. However, Lin Ling held back. He knew that although his strength had increased greatly, it was obviously not realistic for him to step into the underworld and bring people away. Unless he reached the martial god realm, there was still a certain possibility. Now that I've reached the martial ancestor realm, there are more things I need to do. I must bring senior sister Yu back. Lin Ling felt that the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to begin. He charged towards the sky. However, the sky in this world seemed to be endless. Even though Lin Ling charged with all his strength, he still could not see the end. You seem to be moving forward, but in reality, you're mostly standing still. At that moment, the giant ghost's voice sounded. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The 18 true inheritance nether swords flew out and shot out 18 rays of light, slashing forward. Rumble. Immediately, a deafening sound came from the front. Lin Ling also saw that the darkness on both sides was flowing wildly. This meant that his speed had increased. Indeed, if he wanted to increase his speed, he had to use a powerful attack. True Inheritance, Nether Inheritance, 18 Sword Formation. Lin Ling let out a groan. The realm essence in his body surged out, causing the 18 nether swords to transform into 81 sword formations. The swords intertwined with one another, forming a terrifying sword net. The darkness in the surroundings flowed at a faster pace. 361 swords. Lin Ling let out another groan, causing the sword formation to change once again. This was the sword formation that Li Xiaoyao was famous for. However, Lin Ling's realm essence was not enough to execute the sword formation in the past. The sword formation changed once again, revealing its sharpness. 1,200 swords. 3,600 swords. 9,999 swords. Lin Ling's realm essence was unleashed wildly from his body. The sword formation was extremely powerful. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had used it to slay late-stage and peak martial ancestors like chopping vegetables. Now, the sword formation had regained its glory. Furthermore, although the sword formation seemed powerful, ordinary people would not be able to execute it because they did not have enough dantian to support it. Only Li Xiaoyao could do it. Currently, Lin Ling had 6 dantians. Naturally, he could do it too. Break. Lin Ling swung the swords with both hands. Sword rays flashed and the divine light destroyed everything. Swoosh. Chapter 3676. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Not enough, still not enough. However, the giant ghost next to him said fiercely. Even though Lin Ling's ability was formidable, it hadn't reached the martial god realm in the end, so it was naturally insufficient. After all, this was a world that was like the Yellow Springs path. It was not something that could be broken by ordinary people. If that's the case. Lin Ling's eyes blazed with flames as his soul force crazily combusted. Grand Brahma Art of Punishment. Lin Ling shouted. The steps of God and steps of wisdom were unleashed. Worlds were colliding with each other. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a god. Rumble. The Gale world finally appeared in front of him. As long as he rushed through the Gale world, Lin Ling would be able to return to his own world. The Gale world, on the other hand, did not affect Lin Ling much. Currently, all 3 of Lin Ling's domains had been upgraded, so the power of the Gale could not affect Lin Ling at all. The main reason was that when Lin Ling entered, his body was weak, his realm essence exhausted. Now, he was at his peak. The treasures that he had extorted and collected were naturally not wasted. They had already piled up to a new height. Rumble. A meteor shot into the sky. After an unknown amount of time, a huge lid appeared in the sky. The lid of the ancient coffin. Seeing that the coffin lid was getting closer and closer, Lin Ling also felt a sense of relief. He had thought that this trip to the Blackstone Empire would be a simple mission, but it had been delayed for such a long time because of all the twists and turns. The process was also extremely dangerous. It could be said to be an intense battle. However, he persevered, now starting to return to the final world. Rumble. Putting away the 2 swords, Lin Ling's palm landed on the coffin lid. He used all of his remaining realm essence and physical strength to slowly push open the coffin lid. A strand of fresh air finally floated in. Next, Lin Ling jumped up and appeared again. He was standing on top of the ancient coffin. He was like the master of the ancient coffin. When he came back to life, he would definitely stir up a storm of blood. I'm back. Lin Ling said word by word. His sharp eyes looked towards the Platinum Hall and immediately discovered that it was a mess. The ground was covered in blood and there were no corpses to be seen. Clearly, all the corpses had been eaten by the Platinum Evil Spirit. Fortunately, there weren't any platinum evil spirits here. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have run for his life. Even though his strength had improved greatly, he was still no match for a martial god realm platinum devil ghost. However, Lin Ling also saw an acquaintance. This person was crawling on the ground. What was terrifying was that the lower half of this person's body had been eaten, leaving only the upper half of his chest. He was using his chin to support himself on the ground as he crawled slowly. And he was precisely Duan Feihong. One had to admit that he was quite pitiful to end up like this. He didn't know if it was because the platinum evil spirit found him dirty or because he didn't taste good, but it didn't eat him completely. Godly records, godly records. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the target of Duan Feihong, who only had half of his body left, was a treasure that was lying on the ground not far away. It was a set of martial arts manuals, and it came from the ancient coffin. This old man really values money more than his life. Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of Duan Feihong. If it weren't for Duan Feihong, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't have been in such a pitiful state. As for Duan Feihong's pitiful state, not long ago, Lin Ling was even more pitiful than him. With a leap, Lin Ling dashed out and landed beside the book on the ground. His foot was also placed on the book. This sudden kick had undoubtedly startled Duan Feihong. Why was there still someone in the Platinum Hall? One had to know that he had used the Duan family's secret technique, the lizard's tail cutting divine technique. He had sacrificed the other parts of his body to attract the platinum evil spirit and escaped. And the person who had come was still alive. This must be a dream. He could not help but raise his head, and his eyes shuddered violently. The person who had appeared before him was a young man wearing a blue and white robe. His long hair was hanging loosely, and his face was filled with an evil grin. Beside him, a fist-sized evil spirit with a ferocious expression was floating. This combination was quite strange. However, Duan Feihong knew that the evil young man was none other than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still alive? Their team had been wiped out, and he, Duan Feihong, had ended up being crippled, but Lin Ling was still alive. What a small world. Duan Feihong, not only am I still alive, I've also recovered from all my injuries. I'm in great spirits. Lin Ling said with a smile as if he was aware of Duan Feihong's astonishment. Puff. Hearing this, Duan Feihong became furious and spat out a mouthful of blood. Besides, I've successfully broken through and reached the martial progenitor realm. Lin Ling said once again. Puff. Another mouthful of blood. Duan Feihong knew how terrifying Lin Ling's progenitor's tribulation was. Therefore, he had tried his best to prevent Lin Ling from breaking through, but to his surprise, Lin Ling still managed to break through. Besides, I've obtained an ultimate desolate body from the ancient coffin. In terms of potential, it's not weaker than the dragon race's talent. Lin Ling's words were extremely shocking. Puff. A third mouthful of blood was spat out. Duan Feihong's face cramped from anger. He had recovered from his injuries, broken through his cultivation level, and even obtained a valuable treasure. Looking at himself, he had ended up being crippled, and he had not obtained a single treasure. Why? It was too unfair. Do you want this manual? I'm sorry, but I've taken a liking to it. Besides, stop spitting out blood. I can see that you only have half a body left, and there's not much blood left in your body. If you spit out a few more times, you'll probably end up in the underworld. Lin Ling said with a mocking smile. He picked up the divine manual from the ground, and after taking a look, he nodded in satisfaction and kept it. Give it back to me, give it back to me. Duan Feihong shouted with difficulty, Lin Ling, you are an evil spirit. You bullied a cripple like me. You are vicious. However, the moment he said that, Lin Ling's aura finally changed. He walked forward step by step. I'm vicious? Dare I ask, if not for me, would you be here? I bullied you. Dare I ask, how did you deal with me here? When my realm essence was depleted, you hit me while I was down. When my body was weak, you took advantage of my weakness, insisting on killing me. Now, you say I'm vicious? It seems like I have a grudge with your Duan family, but not with you. However, since you said I'm an evil spirit, I'll tell you, I'm an evil spirit. Every word Lin Ling said, every step he took, seemed to stomp on Duan Feihong's heart, shattering his martial heart and destroying his final will. Furthermore, I'm telling you, upon returning, all of you will die, including the god of killers. Lin Ling finally stopped in front of Duan Feihong and said while looking down at him. Spare me, spare me. Duan Feihong finally recognized a reality. The junior that he hadn't taken seriously in the past had already grown up, and he was already able to look down on him from above. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped down heavily. Accompany your Duan family to the underworld. Bang! Chapter 3677. What a joke. Poor Duan Feihong. Not long ago, he had used a secret technique to deceive the eyes of the golden white evil ghost. However, just as he escaped, he saw Lin Ling. And against Lin Ling, any deceit was obviously useless. I remember that before I fell into the coffin, the god of killers opened the door of the Platinum Palace and escaped. Since he dared to come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he should know where the escape route is. Perhaps he has already returned to the 9 states. After dealing with Duan Feihong, Lin Ling looked around and found a gap in front of him. He immediately rushed over. However, just as he arrived at the gap, he immediately found a pile of black gold on the ground. It was incompatible with the surrounding white gold. He was stunned and immediately said, "Six-headed evil ghost?" Yes. The six-headed evil ghost was formed by the black gold, so Lin Ling instantly guessed it. Yes, he was killed by the golden white evil ghost. Yes. The giant ghost beside him nodded and said, "What a pity." Yes. Lin Ling sighed softly and rushed out of the Platinum Palace without stopping. Outside, it was still chaotic. Lin Ling immediately went to the East District. However, to his surprise, there were still people in the Platinum Palace. Although there were not many, they were still alive. Some were looking for the exit, and some were still looking for treasures. He had to admit that these people were quite bold. Yu and the others know the exit and should have left this place. Therefore, there is no need for me to stay here. The most important thing now is to kill the god of killers. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Revenge should not be delayed. Millions of years were too long. He had to seize every moment. He knew that the god of killers had obtained the killer weapon, but the encounter in the Platinum Palace had also caused the killer to be seriously injured. Therefore, it was the best time to kill him. However, the Flying Dragon organization is spread all over the 9 states. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find their headquarters. In the past, I also asked Old Du. Although Old Du was an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization, he did not know where their headquarters were. Yes. Lin Ling could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He knew that unless he met the real core assassin, he would not be able to find them. However, his luck was good because not long after, a voice came from the Platinum Palace. The god of assassins has already left. He told us to do our best to collect the treasures in this ancient castle. The ancient castle is vast, and the platinum evil spirit is not easy to encounter. As long as we are careful, we will be fine. Hee hee. After we find the treasures, we will give them to the god of killers. Yes. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's go. Let's hope our luck is good. Yes. Perhaps they thought that there were not many people left in the ancient castle, so there was no need to hide anything. Good luck. In the corner, Lin Ling laughed. These people. His luck could be said to be very bad. Moreover, after they had found the treasure, they personally. This meant that they knew where the god of assassins was. He had traveled far and wide to no avail. Was to Ling Lin. Lin. At this moment, those people were walking along the corridor, searching for treasures everywhere. Suddenly, they saw a person walking out from the front. Their faces changed instantly. They ghost, evil Yu. Fortunately, it was a human. A human? You are so unlucky to meet us. Moreover, you are still in the ancient castle. You must have gotten a lot of treasures. Hand them over. You look very familiar. The few of them snorted and then frowned. You are Lin Ling? One of them recognized Lin Ling and asked in disbelief. Yes, I am Lin Ling. I just escaped from the ancient coffin and almost died there. Who are you? Lin Ling's eyes were full of mockery, but he still looked serious. Lin Ling, you are not dead? God, how is this possible? So, everyone died for nothing? But it is fine. You will die if you meet us. Take your head to the god of killers. He will reward us heavily. Ha ha ha. The few of them were shocked at first. Then, they laughed. They looked at Lin Ling as if he was a treasure. Lin Ling had the celestial demon body of the great world. His aura was unfathomable. They could not see through him. In addition, they knew that Lin Ling was exhausted in the Platinum Hall. Now that he had rushed out of the ancient coffin with difficulty, he was as weak as a dog. Seeing them laughing, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. Just as he was about to make a move, the giant ghost beside him said something. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he nodded. You want to catch me? Let's see if you have the ability. After saying that, Lin Ling turned around and left. Those people would not let Lin Ling escape. They would not let a duck in their mouth fly away. They immediately chased after him. Lin Ling is running away. He must be afraid of us. Give Lin Ling's head to the god of killers. The reward will definitely be generous. I can already imagine the glorious days ahead. He can't escape. The few of them were happy because Lin Ling's speed was too slow. This showed that Lin Ling was indeed very weak. So, they chased after Lin Ling like a cat catching a mouse. Not long after, Lin Ling disappeared into a hall. The few of them did not hesitate and followed him. The hall was a little dark and quiet, but what was surprising was that there were no doors in the surroundings. Seeing this, those people were even more delighted. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. As long as they guarded the exit, where could Lin Ling run? Lin Ling, come out. I am in a good mood. I can give you pain. You are exhausted. You are no match for us. Why are you resisting so stubbornly? After entering the hall, the few of them suddenly puffed out their chests and sneered. Rumble. However, at this moment, the door behind them suddenly closed. When it was about to close, they saw a figure in a blue robe standing quietly outside the door. He was looking at them with a smile. That smile was somewhat evil. It was Lin Ling. However, they saw Lin Ling enter the hall with their own eyes. When did Lin Ling appear behind them? Moreover, what did that evil smile mean? Eat, eat, eat. However, when the door was completely closed, an excited voice finally sounded in the silent hall. It gave the few of them a shock because they were all too familiar with that voice. Immediately, someone used martial arts to release flames. Suddenly, they saw a platinum evil spirit sitting in the corner of the hall. It seemed to be sleeping. Of course, hearing their shouts, the golden white evil spirit also woke up and looked at them excitedly. The smile on its face and the saliva that flowed out made everyone's legs go weak. Without any hesitation, they pounced on the door of the hall and frantically knocked on it. Lin Ling, hurry up and open the door. Chapter 3678. Void 7 Stations. You're courting death. There's a platinum evil spirit here. It's going to eat me. Why aren't you opening the door? They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling had deliberately set up a trap to lure them into it. Didn't you want to capture me? Come and catch him now. Outside the door, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated in. You. Everyone was exasperated. However, the golden-white evil spirit was getting closer and closer to them. Plop. One of them was so scared that he knelt on the ground. The other's pants were wet, and the last one was kowtowing to the door. That was because they had all seen the platinum evil spirit eating people. That was terrifying. The people who were eaten were extremely miserable. It was said that even their souls were eaten. Lin Ling, great ancestor, please spare my life. Please, open the door for me, I promise to be your slave for the rest of my life. Bang bang bang. They shouted as they kowtowed. They were so scared that tears came out of their eyes. They were no longer as proud and arrogant as before. Where is your god of assassins? Outside the door, Lin Ling sneered and asked indifferently. This is the secret of the Flying Dragon organization. Those who speak carelessly will have their entire family executed. Furthermore, their bones, flesh, and soul will all be engraved with corrosive poison, causing them to suffer for thousands of generations. Someone frowned and his voice was filled with fear. Oh, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Lin Ling sat down at the corner of the door and drank his wine calmly. Don't, little ancestor. You can have anything you want, but not this secret. I'll talk. Mo Lin, don't say it. The people behind the door were getting more and more flustered. Outside the door, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that the Flying Dragon organization didn't lack death warriors, so Lin Ling might not be able to get the secret out of them. However, if he used the platinum evil spirit to threaten them, the timid ones would eventually spill the beans. After all, being eaten by a platinum evil spirit was even more painful than being killed with a single slash. In fact, the pain was 100 times, 1,000 times. That was because he had to watch his own body being slowly eaten up. Therefore, even the most courageous assassin could not withstand such torture. In fact, this was indeed the case. The few people in the main hall were at the moment of intercourse. They wanted to say it, but they were afraid of the Flying Dragon organization's killer rules. Bang bang bang. They were unwilling to die in the main hall, so they crazily attacked the door. However, although this was the black gold hall, it was not something they could break through. In the white gold hall, only the god of assassins could break through the door. Rumble. On the contrary, as time passed, cries of pain could be heard from the main hall. Don't come over, don't come over. How can it be so strong? My attacks are useless against it. No. Lin Ling, open the door. The inside of the main hall was like a purgatory. However, Lin Ling leaned against the wall and drank as if he didn't hear anything. He wanted to see how strong the backbone of this group of killers was. But soon, the main hall finally quieted down, which made Lin Ling frown. Could it be that they were all dead? It seemed that to be able to become an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization, their backbone was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. Lin Ling shook his head in disappointment. Just as he stood up, a weak voice was heard, I'll talk, the god of assassins is in the red station of the 7 void stations. The assassin finally compromised. 7 void stations? Lin Ling frowned. He had never heard of this place. Let me out first, then I'll explain it to you slowly. The voice inside was anxious. Lin Ling nodded. With a thought, a long sword flew out from the sword lock behind him, intertwined with each other, and cut the door. A moment later, a gap as tall as a person appeared in the door, and then a figure rushed out in a sorry state. Although this black gold door was extremely sturdy, with Lin Ling's current strength, he could easily break it, and he had several ways to do so. Once the gap was opened, Lin Ling first looked inside and immediately found that the floor of the main hall was covered in blood. A huge evil spirit was squatting on the ground and eating people, grabbing a thigh and eating happily. That feeling, in Lin Ling's words, was that the evil spirit eating people was like eating spicy strips. Everyone was dead, and only one person was still alive. Of course, if Lin Ling didn't open the gap, after the platinum evil spirit finished eating everyone, it would be his turn. Bang! After that person rushed out, he immediately fell to the ground in panic. His face had already turned pale. Vomit. Then, he immediately started vomiting. Lin Ling immediately laughed disdainfully, "You're an assassin, after all. I'm afraid that you've killed more people than that evil spirit, and you actually vomited? We kill people, just like that, clean and neat. How can we dismember their bodies?" After that person wiped his mouth, he frowned and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he almost wanted to attack Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling's current strength was still not as good as his. However, he was also extremely afraid of the platinum evil spirit in the door. He was deeply afraid that he would wake up the evil spirit that was eating, so he endured it. The so-called 7 stations in the void are actually the gathering places of the dark forces in the 9 prefectures. They are divided into 7 stations in the void. For example, if you want to issue assassination missions, bodyguard missions, or even treasure hunting missions, you can find them there. As for the god of assassins, I only know that he's at Red Station. Oh, then you've seen him at Red Station? No, but every time there's an important mission, the core of the Flying Dragon organization will gather at Red Station, have a meeting there, and issue missions. Although I'm not sure if the god of assassins is there, I'm sure that we can find him there. That's all I know. I'm leaving. You can go, but I hope you can keep what happened today a secret. Of course, if I leak the news, I'll die without a burial place. That person sneered and strode away. He couldn't wait to leave this troublesome place. Of course, he was also extremely puzzled. Lin Ling was only a door away from the platinum evil spirit. Why was he not afraid of the platinum evil spirit? However, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he had exposed the secrets of the Flying Dragon organization, so he would definitely die. However, he had already thought about it. He would say that the people who exposed the secrets were the ones who died in the hall. Moreover, he wanted to tell the Flying Dragon organization that Lin Ling was not dead yet, and that he was coming to Red Station. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're so stupid. If you're not dead, then you should find a place to hide and live well. Now that the Flying Dragon organization knows about it, you'll die no matter where you run. After all, we're assassins. When he left the corridor, that person's eyes were filled with coldness. Unfortunately, he didn't know that a ghost jellyfish was quietly following behind him, eyeing him covetously. As long as he dared to leak the news, he would immediately be devoured to death. However, his luck wasn't bad. After passing through a few corridors, he once again met people from the Flying Dragon organization. Big Brother E, is that you? Great, I actually met you guys. I have an important news to tell the God of Assassins. Chapter 3679. Leave the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. However, just as he was about to say something about Lin Ling, the evil ghost jellyfish moved. It rushed into his body and started to devour everything. This scene happened extremely quickly, not giving the assassin any time to react. Ah, what is this? No. His soul was first devoured, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. Next, his body, bones, flesh, and everything else. Before he died, he finally remembered the oath he made when he left Lin Ling. If news of this were to leak out, he would die without a burial place. He immediately knew that Lin Ling had made a move on him. Unfortunately, he knew it too late. As for the other members of the Flying Dragon organization, they all broke out in cold sweat when they saw him withering and gradually rotting away. What a strange method. Leave this place. The leader shouted coldly and immediately left. He could faintly sense a terrifying ghost aura floating around. He guessed that it should be the evil ghost from the ancient castle. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was just Lin Ling's method. On the other side, Lin Ling leaned against the wall and drank wine. He had a disdainful smile on his face. What an idiot. You can obviously live, but you want to court death. After that, a evil ghost jellyfish in front of him flew back and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. He immediately realized that his cultivation had improved by a bit. The people that the evil ghost jellyfish devoured could return a portion of their strength to their owner. This was the characteristic of the evil ghost hell body. Void 7 stations. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The Flying Dragon organization was one of the largest forces in the 9 regions. Lin Ling knew from the start that it wouldn't be easy to kill the god of assassins. This was because the Flying Dragon organization had concealed themselves very well. Otherwise, after killing so many people over the years, the descendants of those people would have already taken revenge on them. It was precisely because the Flying Dragon organization was mysterious that they couldn't find their core headquarters, so everyone left it unsettled. Looks like I have to make a trip to Red Station. Lin Ling made up his mind. Next, he looked at the huge black gold door and said to the evil spirit beside him, "Giant ghost, is there any way to subdue that guy? Before you broke through, you wouldn't have been able to subdue them. But now, you can subdue one." The giant ghost said fiercely. "One is enough. This is an absolute bodyguard comparable to a martial god." Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. He guessed that the ghost sealing technique used soul force as the foundation. The stronger the evil ghost, the higher the soul force requirement. Next, the giant ghost also gave Lin Ling pointers. If he wanted to seal the platinum evil ghost, he could use the dark cloud flag or the ghost sealing technique. In order to be safe, Lin Ling used both methods. After all, if such a terrifying fellow lost control, he, Lin Ling, would be swallowed alive. After 6 hours, Lin Ling finally stood up, his forehead covered in sweat. He couldn't help but look at the door with a serious expression. "Come out!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble. The black gold door suddenly shook and then exploded. A huge platinum evil ghost walked out. It held its back, its long hair was messy, and there was a strange smile on its face. Its saliva also drooled from time to time. It looked extremely terrifying. Lin Ling stared at it and his heart became serious. He shouted, "Kneel." However, the platinum evil ghost stared at Lin Ling covetously, causing Lin Ling's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that the ghost sealing technique had failed? At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body tensed up. He was ready to retreat immediately. Bang! However, at this moment, the platinum evil ghost finally knelt down, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. Finally, he let out a light breath. However, the platinum evil ghost ate humans to survive. Lin Ling didn't want to get close to it, so he said calmly, "Shrink yourself." The platinum evil ghost was too big. Lin Ling's soul power was extremely difficult to bring into the Dragon Ball. He could only seal it. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted the platinum evil ghost to shrink to the size of an ordinary person. After hearing Lin Ling's order, the platinum evil ghost looked confused. However, Lin Ling shouted again, "Shrink." The platinum on the platinum evil ghost's body began to melt and gradually turned into a 2-meter-tall evil ghost. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and waved his right hand. A wide cloak covered the evil ghost's body and covered it. This cloak was called the Star-Rotating Cloak. It was a divine artifact that Lin Ling had obtained in the Black Gold Castle. It had the effect of hiding one's aura. Even a martial god couldn't detect it. Moreover, it could change its size at will. However, Lin Ling's body was powerful and his aura concealment was extremely powerful. Therefore, he didn't need it at all. With the cover of the cloak, the ghost chi, death chi, and blood chi on the platinum evil ghost's body disappeared. From afar, it looked like a tall bodyguard. Alright, it's time to leave the Black Gold Castle. Without any pause, Lin Ling walked towards the eastern district. After a long time, he once again appeared in the Blackstone Empire. Looking at this ancient empire, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. He thought that the trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace would go smoothly. In the end, it was a narrow escape. The main thing was that the sudden arrival of the ancestors' tribulation disrupted Lin Ling's plan. Now, I have also completed the Snow Wind Academy's mission and become the first in the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, I have completed the second mission of the Trial of God. Lin Ling looked into the distance and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, a jade token appeared in his hand. Yu, go, I'm back. He knew that Yu and the others must be very worried about him. Therefore, after coming out, the first thing he did was to inform Yu and the others. On the other side, Yu and the others lived in the courtyard with Xiaoyu and the others, waiting for Lin Ling's return every day. On this day, the jade token belonging to Lin Ling finally lit up. A familiar voice floated out, making them all smile excitedly. I knew that Brother Ling was definitely still alive. Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. Young master, you're back. When Doing and the others received the news, they all laughed out loud. After a conversation, Lin Ling immediately instructed, tell Doing and Broken Sword to come to the Universal Void. I have left a mark. Follow the mark and you will be able to find me. I am going to find the God of Assassins now. Doing has stayed in the Flying Dragon organization before, so he should be familiar with it. What? Yu and the others were all shocked. The God of Assassins, the #1 assassin in the Flying Dragon organization, Lin Ling had just escaped from his hands. Now he was going to kill him? Time is pressing. I am afraid that the God of Assassins will get wind of this and escape, so let Doing and the others come immediately. They will arrive within 3 days. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain anything. Brother Ling, then you should be careful. Yu and the others didn't stop Lin Ling. They knew Lin Ling's temperament. He couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, he would even dare to touch the emperor. Moreover, although Lin Ling was bold, he wasn't a reckless person. He must have a certain degree of confidence if he dared to go on this trip. Yes, young master. Doing and Broken Sword looked at each other and immediately left Snow City. In the void, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. Behind him stood a huge bodyguard, but beside him floated a fist-sized evil spirit, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Chapter 3680. Qi Zhan. However, while they were cultivating, there were occasionally martial artists who passed by. But when they saw Lin Ling, their faces changed. They did not sense Lin Ling's strength, but Lin Ling's group was very oppressive. Senior, spare us. Those who accidentally barged in all bowed and apologized. Because they also knew that such a strange group had the most eccentric temperament. They killed people without blinking. If they met them, they could only say that they were too unlucky. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. In reality, he had already sensed these people, but he did not care. Sweeping his gaze, he saw that everyone was trembling. This made Lin Ling speechless. Although he, Lin Ling, had killed many people, he had never killed innocent people. You can leave. Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He waved his hand lightly. We're leaving. Don't want the treasures. Something's not right, could it be? Senior, spare us. Those people were stunned. Then, their faces changed, and they all knelt down and kowtowed. In their opinion, those who asked them to leave, most of them would kill them afterwards and wipe them out. Perhaps, they would all be killed before they could even walk 100 meters. What are you doing? Lin Ling was even more speechless. Spare us, we only have so many treasures, please kindly accept it. Everyone took out their treasures, hoping to satisfy Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not help but glance. Although he had used up all his treasures for this breakthrough, he did not lack those shrimp-like treasures. Moreover, these guys thought he was a robber? If he really wanted to be a robber, how could his eyesight be so bad as to rob this group of poor people? Scram! Lin Ling shouted angrily. He was quite angry in his heart. Do I look that ferocious? Why was he being treated as a robber? This. Everyone looked up in disbelief. If you don't leave, I'll kill all of you. Lin Ling could only say fiercely. Scram immediately. Only then did those people flee. What a strange group of people. I was speaking nicely to them, yet they knelt down and offered me treasures. They just had to force me to chase them away. Lin Ling shook his head and started cultivating again. How could he possibly have known that the little giant ghost next to him, as well as the burly bodyguard behind him, had appeared in the void, and most importantly, were cultivating without any scruples? How could such a person be weak? It would be strange if others weren't afraid. After a long time, Daoist and Broken Sword rushed over. After seeing Lin Ling from afar, they were first happy, but then they were shocked. However, the evil spirit behind Lin Ling moved slightly at this moment. Lin Ling sensed that this guy actually wanted to eat people again. As expected, even though Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased, it was still difficult for him to control a martial god-level evil spirit. Moreover, there were 2 black gold evil spirits in his dragon orb, whose strength was stronger than an ordinary half-step martial god. Therefore, Lin Ling could only barely suppress them with his soul power. Of course, this was also the reason why the 6 evil spirits were dead. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have to give up on one of them. Stand there obediently. Lin Ling shouted angrily at the evil spirit, stopping it from moving. Lin Ling then walked over. Young master. Daoist and Broken Sword immediately saluted Lin Ling as soon as they arrived. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, there's no time to lose. Old Do, do you know where the Qi station of the 7 void stations is? Yes, young master, are you going there? The god of assassins is there. That guy almost killed me. This time, I'm going there for revenge. This. Daoist and Broken Sword were so scared that their faces turned pale. This was because the god of assassins was as mysterious as a god to them, especially Daoist. He had been in the Flying Dragon organization for so many years, but he had never seen the god of assassins. He had only heard of his legends. The god of assassins, he can kill gods. Daoist said anxiously. He can only kill some half-step martial gods and ordinary martial gods. What's so great about that? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Even if the god of assassins was at his peak, the platinum evil spirit behind him would be able to suppress him, let alone now that he was severely injured. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously. It would not be difficult for him to kill an injured half-step martial god if he joined forces with the evil spirit. Alright, I'll bring you there. Daoist did not dare to ask any more questions. He led Lin Ling into the void. The void was vast and boundless, hiding many ancient secrets. The 7 void stations were located in the void. It was the favorite place of the martial artists in the dark world. This was because as long as one was powerful enough, one could obtain and do anything there. For example, if one wanted to kill an emperor god in the 9 prefectures, as long as one could pay the price, there would be people who would dare to kill him. Another example was that if one wanted to find information about the 7 forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures, as long as one could pay the price, they would be able to find it. This was such a magical place. In fact, the 7 void stations were originally a gathering place for a group of powerful martial artists to exchange information. However, as time passed, more and more people came to exchange information. In the end, the 7 void stations were formed. There were a total of 7 such stations. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading to the Red Void Station. Lin Ling was not sure if the God of Assassins was at the Red Void Station. However, he had a feeling that once he reached the Red Void Station, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the God of Assassins. Moreover, he could not delay for too long. If the God of Assassins recovered, it would be troublesome for Lin Ling to kill him. Soon, a huge platform appeared in front of him. The platform was floating in the void. It was built by humans. Instead of a platform, it was more like a huge city in the void. People came and went in and out of the huge city. Moreover, these people looked ferocious and were not weak. Their gazes were filled with hostility. With one look, one could tell that they were not good people. Generally, people who come to the Red Void Station to inquire about information, except for those famous experts, rarely come alone. They usually come in groups because this place is too chaotic. Du Kening led Lin Ling and the others forward as he spoke. Moreover, there are many taboos here. For example, you can't ask for the other party's name or check the other party's cultivation. Most people come here with hidden identities. Unless they are powerful, they will be unscrupulous and announce their names. Because this will make others more wary of them. Uncle Du, there are so many taboos here. If I came alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to come. That won't be the case. Your strength is currently among the top in the Red Void Station. After all, we came from the final world. Naturally, our strength is stronger. Of course, the young master is another matter. He would have no problem sweeping the Red Void Station. Du Kening and Broken Sword chatted from time to time. Chapter 3681. Are you courting death? Yo, isn't this old Do? Why, did you bring your child to play in the Crimson Battle? At this time, an old man riding a giant tortoise in the distance recognized Do Afterimage and immediately laughed. Courting death. Do Afterimage's eyes instantly turned cold. That old man actually said that the young master was a child? It's fine, business is more important. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about the words of such an ant. Hearing this, Do Afterimage didn't dare to flare up. He immediately sneered at the old man and said, "Old poison ghost, be careful of trouble from the mouth." Huh, old Do, after so many years, you're still an expert with 16 kills. Wait until you reach 17 kills before you say that to me. The old man laughed disdainfully and rode the giant tortoise into the Crimson Battle Station. Do Afterimage was immediately furious. Such an ant dared to tease him? One had to know that he had already left the Flying Dragon organization. Otherwise, it would be possible for him to reach 18 kills. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care, and he didn't dare to flare up. The 3 of them entered the Crimson Battle Station one after another. After landing on the ground, demonic sounds came from all directions. Looking around, this city was vast, but it was also extremely chaotic. Although there were no killings on the streets, angry curses and howls could be heard from time to time. There's no one guarding this place, and no one cares about killing people. The reason why people don't dare to rashly kill is because they're afraid of exposing their strength. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Do Afterimage said. Lin Ling nodded and said, "Where is the Flying Dragon organization?" "This way." In the Crimson Battle Station, the Flying Dragon organization naturally had a branch that was used to accept assassin missions. After passing through a few streets, a magnificent building complex appeared in front of them. Different from what Lin Ling imagined, the Flying Dragon organization wasn't mysterious. Instead, it was like a big family. There were also people coming in and out of the surroundings. However, Lin Ling changed his mind. This was Crimson Station, and everyone who came here had a purpose, so there was no need for the Flying Dragon organization to hide anything. The person behind this Qijan is a master of 18 kills. Usually, he is not in the mission hall. Instead, he is watched over by his son. His son is a pervert. He likes to cut off men's private parts, especially beautiful men. The more he likes to cut them, the more he likes to cut them. Moreover, he is lascivious and licentious. Daoist said, "In the past, I have been here several times. When I saw that guy, I always had a feeling of fear and trepidation. Old Du, now that your strength has greatly increased, you shouldn't feel this way anymore." Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. "Old Do, bring these two little babies with you. If that guy takes a fancy to them, maybe he'll castrate them. Look at how soft and tender they are, they're very likable." At this moment, a laugh came from not far away. It was the old man who was riding the giant ghost. The person he was talking about was Lin Ling and Kanjian. Lin Ling had delicate features and Kanjian was young. It was easy for the hall master to target them. "You're courting death." Daoist immediately cursed. However, at this moment, a young man in white walked out of the door. After walking out, he glanced around and stared at a young girl on the street. "Today, it's her." "Yes, young master." Someone immediately walked out from the side and walked towards a woman on the street. The woman was young and wore a veil on her face. However, her figure was extremely good and very attractive. Therefore, she was targeted by that young man. The people around were used to it and were not surprised at all. Obviously, that young man was the hall master of the Flying Dragon organization. Every day, he would capture a woman to accompany, sleep with, and then kill her. And that young girl was obviously targeted. Although this kind of action was very domineering, it was also a characteristic of the Red Dragon organization. If you were afraid, you could not come. If you came, you would have to take the risk. "Wait, we're from the Tsong family in Miaozhou." The young girl definitely did not come alone. There were a few people beside her, and they were all very strong. "Oh, people from Miaozhou." A fan appeared in the young man's hand. After waving it, he swaggered over to the young girl and pulled off her veil. The young girl revealed her delicate little face. It was so pink that it looked like it could drip water. The young man immediately laughed. He pulled again with his big hand, and the young girl's clothes were taken off, revealing her white peaks. "Ah!" The young girl immediately screamed, but someone grabbed her. She could not resist at all. "Xan, A young man at the side suddenly roared, but he was also caught by the people from the Flying Dragon organization. "Hall Master, spare her. She's still young. We're here to issue a mission. The reward is definitely not small. I hope that you can spare her on account that we're employers." An old man pleaded. "Hee, if you want to issue a mission, then so be it. What does it have to do with this little beauty? As for the reward, we won't take a single cent less. If you want to kill someone, just issue the mission. Of course, if you feel that this place makes you unhappy, you can leave. We didn't invite you here." The young man sneered. His words were arrogant as if he was the only one here. It was up to him whether he wanted to buy or not. "Sir, spare my life, spare my life. She's my fiancée." The young man knelt down and kowtowed. However, the young man looked down at him with disdain and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, I'll give the Tsong family some face." Let me play with this girl for a month. After a month, I'll return her to you in perfect condition. Perfect condition after a month? That was obviously impossible. Ah, sir, don't. The young man kowtowed even more fiercely. As for the young girl, she was crying her eyes out. However, she was caught and could not resist at all. Her pair of delicate full breasts were clearly revealed to everyone. However, not only did the people around not help her, they were smiling and admiring her beauty. However, Lin Ling walked out with a cold look in his eyes. Behind him was a tall evil spirit and beside him was a fist-sized giant ghost. As soon as he walked out, the old man riding the giant tortoise was immediately dumbfounded. What was that guy doing? Was he looking for death? One must know that after such a thing happened, even Du Kening didn't dare to say anything. His little baby was so daring. Old Du, you're not going to stop him? The old man immediately said. Humph, he's dead for sure. However, Du Kening sneered. You know that he's dead for sure, but you're not stopping him? The old man was even more shocked. I'm talking about that hall master. However, Du Kenying's words completely frightened the old man. When Lin Ling walked out, he undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. The young man also saw Lin Ling and smiled to the people next to him. That guy is here for the first time. He actually doesn't know the rules here. What an idiot. The people next to him immediately laughed. At this moment, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. The tall bodyguard behind him undoubtedly gave a strong visual impact. However, the people here were all strong people who had wandered the 9 states. Not to mention bodyguards, they had even seen dragons. Therefore, after being shocked, they immediately sneered. Chapter 3682. This place would cease to exist. However, the young man ignored Lin Ling's murderous intent. To him, that murderous intent was a joke. Instead, he stared at Lin Ling's face with a cruel glint in his eyes. It had to be said that Lin Ling was dressed in a long robe and carried a huge sword on his back. Coupled with his delicate features, he gave off an extremely different aura. He could be considered a handsome man. At least to the young man, Lin Ling was indeed a handsome man that was hard to come by. However, the young man had a bad habit of disliking handsome men. Over the years, he had castrated at least 50,000 handsome men, if not 10,000. Castrate him. The young man finally nodded and said with a smile. The people behind him were already used to the hall master's style of doing things. They immediately sneered and walked out. Kid, there's a price to pay for meddling in other people's business. Now, are you going to cut off that thing yourself? Or do you want us to do it? If we do it and don't cut it clean, you'll be in pain. Those people stopped in front of Lin Ling and said sinisterly. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, they immediately attacked. A dagger appeared in their hands, gleaming coldly as they stabbed at Lin Ling. Supreme-grade extreme weapons. The Flying Dragon organization is really rich. They're just some guards, but each of them has a supreme-grade extreme weapon. That's an ocean-quenching dagger. It said that it was tempered by 10,000 seas. Seeing their attacks, the people were secretly envious. However, facing their attacks, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He didn't even bother to check their strength. When the dagger was shot at him, he gently stretched out 2 fingers and caught it. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly casual action easily caught the dagger. Then, Lin Ling's fingers slightly exerted force. The dagger was bent. Everyone's mouths were wide open. That was an extreme weapon, but it was bent. It was still acceptable for a sword to be bent, but that was only a palm-sized dagger. Swoosh! The bent dagger was flung away by Lin Ling, and it turned around to kill its owner. A stream of blood splattered out and spilled onto the street. The person closest to Lin Ling had his neck slit open. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Not far away from the afterimage, the old man who was riding the tortoise at the beginning pulled out his beard. Old Do's naughty dog? Fuck, he's much fiercer than old Do. At this moment, the others had also made their move. Their daggers pierced towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling, as if he didn't see it. PFF. The sound was naughty nah. NN, you. The young man naughty hand naughty SNN. Non-NNNNs NNNs NN ice, nen, NNNNNS however, NNN, NNNNNNNNN, NNNNNNNNNNNNN. This scene made everyone's eyeballs almost fall out. They had never seen such a terrifying thing. An extreme weapon, stabbing at a person, the person was fine, but the dagger was bent? Could it be that this person was harder than an extreme weapon? No one knew that Lin Ling's body was so strong that it could be called a divine weapon. That was the body of a great world's fiend god. Lin Ling didn't bother to talk nonsense and quickly threw out 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them were frozen in place. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Their heads exploded like watermelons, but their bodies were safe and sound. Instead, their necks were constantly spurting blood. Lin Ling walked past them and walked towards the young man. The fan in the young man's hand fell to the ground in fright. How could there be such a strong person? Moreover, the other party was so young. What do you want to do? Do you know where this is? This is the Flying Dragon Organization, an existence that can't be underestimated. However, the young man was the hall master after all, so he quickly calmed down and said coldly. Exist? Soon, the Flying Dragon Organization will no longer exist. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. What do you mean by that? The young man was startled and asked. Because, I will destroy the Flying Dragon Organization here. Lin Ling said calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, the young man was shocked. The person in front of him actually wanted to destroy the Flying Dragon Organization here? He must be crazy. Did this guy know what the Flying Dragon Organization of Red Division represented? This place was very close to the core. If you don't die, you'll know if I'm talking nonsense or not. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that day. Lin Ling shook his head. Kill him. The young man felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious, so he took a step back and shouted angrily. A large number of assassins immediately rushed out from behind him, sweeping towards Lin Ling. The young man made a complicated seal with his hands, informing his father of the arrival of the Flying Dragon Organization. His father was the mastermind behind this place, the 18-kill expert, the titan of the Flying Dragon Organization. Swoosh. Swoosh. Not far away from the vast manor, many experts immediately rushed out. They were all killers who were numb to killing. This caused everyone to be alarmed. That young man had poked a hornet's nest. However, Lin Ling still stood there motionless. These assassins, he simply disdained to make a move. It was a good opportunity for Doing and the others to practice. His goal was to find the mastermind behind the Flying Dragon Organization. Through the mastermind, he should be able to find out the whereabouts of the god of assassins. When Doing and Broken Sword saw that Lin Ling did not make a move, they immediately rushed out and unleashed their strength. Their methods were also the way of the assassin, and their killing intent was extremely strong. After making a move, it immediately became a battle between assassins. Doing, it's you? Are you rebelling? Someone recognized Doing and was extremely shocked. However, Doing was an assassin. He didn't like to talk nonsense when killing, so he only cared about killing and didn't bother to answer. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth also revealed a smile. After he went to the Blackstone Empire, he didn't expect that Doing and the others' strength had also greatly improved. However, it was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess that it should be the guidance of the city lord of Snow City. This was indeed the case. Last time, Duing and the others felt that they couldn't help Lin Ling, so after returning to Snow City, they asked the city lord for help. And the city lord knew that Duing and the others were Lin Ling's guards, so he immediately agreed and personally taught them. The city lord Song Chiri was an expert in the final world. How could his guidance be weak? Therefore, after Duing and Broken Sword made a move, those assassins could only be killed. Duing, it turns out that you are the mastermind. What do you want to do? Don't think that just because your strength has improved, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, there are many people in the Flying Dragon organization who are stronger than you. Those assassins who were killed immediately thought that Duing was the mastermind, but in the end, they were killed one by one. Chapter 3683. Lion Kill. Everyone was so scared that they froze in place. They knew that the Flying Dragon organization was probably going to cleanse their ranks today. Clearly, although Do Afterimage and company were very powerful, no one believed that they could stir up any waves. The Flying Dragon organization had been famous for so long, so how weak could their heritage be? However, Lin Ling disdained to know what the crowd was thinking. Instead, he walked towards the youth. As for the youth, he constantly retreated. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his face turned pale. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Flying Dragon organization? Do you think you can escape from a massacre here? Escape? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. Since when did he think of escaping? Without further ado, Lin Ling threw out a punch. As for the youth, he was no weakling. 3 daggers appeared in his hands as he attacked Lin Ling from 3 different angles. Talent. This youth actually had a 9th grade desolate body. Unfortunately, it was still a desolate body. It was not even an ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at them. He punched out, and all the daggers were shattered. As for the youth, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, he tore his clothes with a punch, leaving him naked on the streets. He was still holding a fan in his hand. It was as comical as it could get. As for Lin Ling, he stared at the youth and could not help but laugh sarcastically. This was because the youth had a robust physique. However, his lower body was as small as an earthworm. If one did not look carefully, it was almost invisible. Ah! The youth was stunned and immediately realized something. He quickly rubbed his legs as his face turned pale from anger. People also felt as though they had been struck by lightning. So small? It was no wonder this fellow liked to castrate others. It was because of his inferiority complex. Over the years, you must have defiled quite a number of women. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person either. If it's within my power to eliminate scum, I'm very willing. Lin Ling shook his head and said lightly. What are you trying to do? The young man felt a chill run down his spine as an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled evilly. He waved his arm and a gust of wind blew the young man's hands away. Then, Lin Ling flicked his fingers lightly. Powerful realm essence shot out like an arrow, blasting apart that fellow's earthworm. My things! The young man immediately rolled on the ground in pain, and tears flowed out. It's so small. It doesn't matter if I want it or not. However, Lin Ling said something as if it had nothing to do with him, which angered the young man so much that he spat out blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. This mysterious guy's methods were really ruthless. Moreover, he did not leave any leeway. Could it be that he planned to fight the Flying Dragon organization to the death? Who dares to behave atrociously here? At this moment, the person behind the scenes of the Flying Dragon organization finally arrived. Bang! A tall and sturdy man with long hair fluttering in the wind like a lion descended from the sky. His aura was tyrannical and shocked the entire city. If other assassins were the kings of assassination, then he was the king of violent killing. They killed people by violence. Lion Killer, an expert with 18 kills. Lin Ling looked at him with great interest. A late-stage martial ancestor with a first-grade ultimate desolate body. This strength was not bad in JoJo, but in the final world? Lin Ling did not even bother to estimate how high he could climb. Son, what happened to you? After the person arrived, he immediately looked at his son. Father, my bird has been crippled. The young man was still rolling on the ground. At this moment, he shouted in pain and pointed at Lin Ling, "It's him, it's him. It's you." Why? That tall and sturdy man's hair stood on end like an enraged lion. He could not understand why someone dared to provoke the Flying Dragon organization with such a fierce reputation. This greatly exceeded his expectations. That was because no one had dared to cause trouble in the Flying Dragon organization for 8,000 years. Because his bird is too small. To avoid losing the dignity of us men, we crippled him. Lin Ling said in a matter-of-fact manner. He said it as if it was the truth. Lion Killer was stunned. He then roared angrily, "Even if it's small, it's not up to you to cripple it." In his rage, he did not realize that he had to admit that his son's bird was too small. Hearing that, many people could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. The young man's eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. However, Lion Killer quickly reacted. He looked around and suddenly fixed his gaze on Do Kanying. "It's you, it's you, it's you." Clearly, he did not believe that a young man like Lin Ling would dare to cause trouble. There must be an expert backing him. Now, he knew that it was Do Kanying. Do Kanying had eliminated all the assassins. He walked towards Lin Ling with the broken sword and shook his head. "If I said no, would you believe me? Cut the crap, it must be you. Are you rebelling? If the Emperor of Assassins knows about this, you'll definitely die." Lion Killer continued to roar, "Traitor, you're a traitor. Alright, cut the crap. Firstly, the Emperor of Assassins is dead. He was killed by me. Secondly, I'm the one behind this. I'm here to look for the God of Assassins." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke calmly and interrupted Lion Killer's rage. However, his words shocked the entire street. How could such a young man kill the Emperor of Assassins? They could not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Secondly, this person was tired of living. How could he look for the legendary God of Assassins? However, when the God of Assassins was mentioned, Lion Killer's face turned serious. He frowned and asked, "Why are you looking for the Lord?" Obviously, he did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. He thought that the Emperor of Assassins was not dead. Because the incident at the Black Gold Castle had not spread out yet, it was not strange that he did not know about it. "Kill him," Lin Ling said calmly. Boom! Lion Killer's heart instantly exploded. He thought that this young man had something important to tell the God of Assassins, but it turned out that he was here to kill. "I know that you won't tell me the whereabouts of the God of Assassins. So, let's have a fight. If you lose, you'll tell me the whereabouts of the God of Assassins. If we lose, all 3 of our lives will be yours." Lin Ling said again. "You? Alright, I agree. All 3 of you will die. Come on, the 3 of you will attack me together." Lion Killer had no reason to refuse. Although Do Kanying was powerful, he was only an assassin with 16 kills. However, Lion Killer was an assassin with 18 kills. The difference of 1 kill was like heaven and earth. "You're wrong. It's not me who will fight with you, but Do Kanying," Lin Ling said again. "Do Kanying alone?" This time, Lion Killer was shocked. "That's right. Because you're not qualified for me to attack you." Lin Ling nodded. Crazy. Everyone around felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. Even if Lin Ling and the other two joined forces, they might not be a match for Lion Killer. However, Lin Ling said that Lion Killer was not qualified. Perhaps, he did not know what an 18-kill assassin represented. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Come on, Do Caning. Lion Killer laughed angrily. His body shook and the murderous aura on his body seemed to materialize. It was terrifying. Chapter 3684. Shura Way of Killing. No one thought that Duing Ying could win this battle. Many people couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They wanted to see if this arrogant kid would show any signs of fear. However, Lin Ling had already found a chair and sat down. He sipped his wine calmly, and a tall bodyguard stood behind him. His aura was intimidating. 15 minutes, Duing Ying. You have to defeat him. Moreover, an indifferent voice drifted out. As soon as he said that, the shock that people had just suppressed exploded again. If Duing fought Lion Killer, Duing only had a 30% chance of winning. However, this young man even gave him a time limit. Was he trying to kill Duing Ying? Young master, there's no need. 15 minutes will do. Alright. However, Duing Ying nodded confidently. When he nodded, even Lion Sha was a little confused. That was because the Flying Dragon organization had a strict hierarchy. Duing Ying was an assassin with 16 kills, so he was definitely weaker than him. Many years ago, he had defeated Duing Ying in a battle between assassins in the Flying Dragon organization. It was a clean defeat. As a result, Duing Ying's eyes were filled with respect when he saw him. Now, Duing Ying's strength might have increased greatly, but it was definitely not as great as Lion Sha's. Lion Sha had already entered the core circle of the Flying Dragon organization, while Duing Ying was not qualified. One was specially trained by the Flying Dragon organization, while the other was an outside assassin. Who was stronger and who was weaker? All these years, I've been practicing martial arts with the young master. So, I'll show you the difference between us. Alright. Duing Ying seemed to know what Lion Sha was thinking. He smiled and walked forward. I'll let you attack first. Alright. Lion Sha was stunned, as if he had misheard something. His defeated opponent in the past was letting him attack first. You're overestimating yourself. Alright. Lion Sha did not argue. As an assassin, his goal was to kill. Then, he moved. 800 realms speed. As an expert with 18 kills, his speed was really impressive. However, he did not use his dagger. Instead, he pounced on Duing Ying. This also made Cruel Sword frown. He had learned the way of assassins from Afterimage. Assassins were all good at the blade of assassination. An assassin without the blade of assassination was really strange. It's not that he doesn't have a blade of assassination, it's just that he hides it. However, those methods are only child's play. The path of assassination is too simple. If other forces can be added, then the path of assassination will be even more perfect. As if he knew that Broken Sword was confused, Lin Ling said faintly. These words caused Can Jian's eyes to light up. Almost at the same time, Lion Killer appeared in front of Do Kening. His long hair suddenly changed and turned into countless daggers, stabbing towards Do Kening from all directions. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's jaws dropped. An expert with 18 kills was indeed powerful. Too weak, too weak. However, Do Afterimage had his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with disdain. Currently, his realm had not increased much, but his talent had increased once again. He had reached the ultimate third-grade desolate body. Wolf Cortagura. Do Afterimage bellowed as his right hand finally rose. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand and he gently moved it. This movement seemed to split open the universe. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling also stood up and clapped his hands, saying, "Not bad, old Do. You win. With that said, everyone stared with widened eyes. Do Afterimage had won? Why didn't they see it? However, almost at the same time, a cold energy burst out from Do Afterimage's dagger. This cold energy seemed to be killing intent, but it also seemed to be cold, but it was different from ice. If one had to describe it, it would be cold energy. Ka ka ka. All the daggers that were stabbing towards Do Afterimage were frozen, turning into black ice. As for Do Afterimage, he walked forward and his dagger landed in front of Lion Killer's neck. When he looked at Lion Killer again, he realized that he could not move at all. A mysterious energy had frozen all his strength. How is this possible? Roar. He roared in his heart. The person he had defeated in the past had defeated him today? What had Do Afterimage experienced all these years? How did he become so strong? One move, he could not even block one move. However, Do Afterimage did not kill him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the cold energy on Lion Killer's body quietly disappeared. What kind of move is this? Lion Killer knew that he had escaped death. Otherwise, if Do Afterimage wanted to kill him, he would only need to wave his hand. Azura killing path. Do Afterimage still walked forward and said indifferently. Azura killing path? Lion Killer muttered to himself. He had never heard of this kind of killing path, because the Flying Dragon organization did not have it. In the path of killing, other forces are added, thus forming the Azura killing path. As for the cold energy, it is the Azura killing intent. Do Afterimage said again. Lion Killer's body trembled. Impossible, how can other forces be added to the path of killing? You lied to me. However, after saying this, his face turned pale. Do Afterimage did not need to explain anything. The previous move had proved everything. How did your strength improve so much in just a few years? You should know that I have entered the killing universe of the Flying Dragon organization to cultivate. Lion Killer shook his head unwillingly. He could not understand why he had lost. In terms of status, identity, and potential, he was above Do Afterimage. Therefore, he could not understand at all. The killing universe is indeed the highest cultivation holy land for assassins in the Flying Dragon organization. Unfortunately, my strength improved faster when I followed the young master than when I was in the Flying Dragon organization. You are all frogs in a well. Do Afterimage finally came to Lin Ling's side and said indifferently. This also made Lion Killer look at Lin Ling in shock. At first, he did not care about Do Afterimage calling Lin Ling young master. He thought that Lin Ling was the employer who hired Do Afterimage. However, he now realized that Do Afterimage was willing to call Lin Ling young master. That attitude came from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, there was a hint of reverence. Young master. Who the hell was that young man who looked so calm and collected? This time, he could not help but pay more attention to Lin Ling. He was also a little envious of Do Afterimage because only he knew how difficult it was to improve one's strength after reaching their level. Tell me, where is the god of assassins? Lin Ling ignored Lion Killer's shock and asked indifferently. Lion Killer's expression suddenly changed. The whereabouts of the god of assassins was a taboo in the Flying Dragon organization. However, he had lost. He had to admit defeat. He had to tell Lin Ling the whereabouts of the god of assassins. Tell the god of assassins that I, Lin Ling, am here. Lin Ling said again when he saw Lion Killer hesitating. Lin Ling? You are the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Lion Killer's expression finally changed drastically. Of course, he knew who Lin Ling was. He was one of the leaders of the God of Destruction Alliance and an extremely famous figure in the 9 states. Even Fu Heng Manor and Godly Escort Mansion did not dare to challenge Lin Ling and surrendered to him. Chapter 3685. Xanadu. If you're Lin Ling, then the truth is out. It's time for you to settle your grudge with the Flying Dragon organization. Go ahead and enter the mansion. You'll find the way to meet the god of assassins. Lion Kill sighed and didn't hide anything. He looked at Do Afterimage and said, according to the rules of assassins, I have lost to you. Therefore, I can only die. After he finished speaking, his long hair danced and turned into countless daggers that pierced toward Lion Kill. Plop. A large amount of blood splattered out like a sea urchin. Lion Kill fell on his back. A Flying Dragon organization's 18-kill expert had committed suicide. One had to admit that this guy was quite courageous. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. Although we are enemies, he is still a well-known man. Give him some face and spare his useless son's life. However, I also promised his useless son that the Flying Dragon organization will cease to exist. Therefore, Do Afterimage, destroy this place. Lin Ling walked toward the luxurious mansion step by step. Do Afterimage and Do Afterimage immediately accepted the order and rushed forward. Rumble. The magnificent mansion was instantly destroyed. The assassins who were still in the mansion were all killed. Dust flew everywhere. The momentum was vast and mighty. On the other side of the street, everyone's heart was trembling. Lin Ling. It was actually the son of Devil, Lin Ling. Didn't this guy disappear for a long time? Why did he resurface again? How terrifying. I actually treated the son of Devil, Lin Ling, as a child of Do Afterimage. Heavens! The old man who was riding the turtle at the beginning was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The smell of urine floated out from his pants. In the 9 prefectures, there were not many people who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. The son of Devil, Lin Ling, the glory of the 9 prefectures. He killed gods and demons. With glory on his body, he could be considered a giant existence. In the 9 prefectures, the son of Devil, Lin Ling, was the representative of the gods. At this moment, the young man finally woke up. However, when he looked at his dead father and the destroyed Flying Dragon organization, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Existence? Soon, the Flying Dragon organization no longer existed. He also remembered what Lin Ling had said to him before. Now, it really didn't exist anymore. Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to the collapsed manor. He continued to advance, his powerful soul force spreading out. After a long time, his eyes lit up. At this moment, Doing and the rest ran back and shook their heads. Young master, we searched the entire manor, but we couldn't find the god of killers. I found it. Follow me. Lin Ling said with a smile as he led Do Kening and the others forward. They arrived at a dilapidated rock garden and threw a punch at it. Rocks flew everywhere and a dilapidated bronze door appeared in front of them. Lin Ling didn't stop there either. He opened the bronze door and stepped in. After entering, it was a world of its own. Lin Ling and the other 2 appeared on top of a cliff. Looking ahead, they saw a quiet little village sitting on the ground. This little village looked extremely ordinary, with only a few scattered people bustling about. There was nothing special about it. However, Lin Ling and the rest knew that he had found the god of killers. It had to be said that this guy really knew how to hide. He was actually hiding in this secret realm. After that, Lin Ling looked into the distance. In front of his eyes, there was an endless sea. This sea was very calm and wrapped around the entire little village. Looking along the sea, there was a vast expanse of white in front of them. It made them wonder where this place was. It's a pretty good paradise. However, the sunlight here is a little dim. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the sun in the sky. However, although this place wasn't big, it was still the core of the Flying Dragon organization. Therefore, someone quickly discovered Lin Ling and the rest. Who are you? A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes suddenly appeared above the cliff. His clothes fluttered in the wind. It was obvious that his strength wasn't weak. "Son of Devil, Lin Ling, tell the god of killers that I'm here to kill him." Lin Ling wasn't surprised by the appearance of the person and said with a smile. Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's body trembled. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Ling would find this place and even threaten to kill the god of killers. Was this Lin Ling crazy? "It's dawn now. I'll come to kill you all at night. You all better be prepared." Lin Ling sat down and appeared to be at ease. "Also, don't tell me that the god of killers isn't here. Because I know that he's recuperating here." Boom! As soon as these words fell, the middle-aged man's heart completely exploded. It was as if Lin Ling had absolute confidence in himself and understood everything very well. Most importantly, Lin Ling gave him a feeling of dominating everything. That kind of calmness, in fact, was like a dark cloud pressing down on him, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. "My name is Ning Wang. I will pass your words to the god of killers. Moreover, it's time for your grudge with the Flying Dragon organization to end." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling meaningfully and finally nodded. It could be seen that his position in the Flying Dragon organization wasn't low. Then, he looked at Do Afterimage and said indifferently, "Do Afterimage, I hope you don't stand on the wrong side. Because if you lose, you'll definitely die. Thank you for your advice, but we'll definitely win." Do Afterimage also smiled faintly. Ning Wang didn't talk nonsense and disappeared on the spot. "Young master, why do we have to kill at night? When they're fully prepared, our revenge will be even more troublesome." After Ning Wang left, Do Afterimage and the others finally frowned and looked at Lin Ling suspiciously. "Because if you want to kill the god of killers, it's definitely better to catch him off guard. Like Lin Ling, who notified in advance to kill you, this was equivalent to beating the grass and alerting the snake. Unless one had absolute confidence, ordinary people wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said very calmly, "Don't worry. First, I want to kill them all in one fell swoop. After all, if a powerful killer escapes and kills my family, then I'll suffer a great loss. So, I'll give them one day to gather all the experts of the Flying Dragon organization back. Second, the night is dark and the wind is strong, so it's easy to kill." His words made Do Afterimage and the others tremble. No wonder Lin Ling waited until the night to make his move. Although Do Afterimage and the others didn't know how Lin Ling would attack and how he would face all the killers of the Flying Dragon organization. But they believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and seemed to be motionless, but under his body, the true inheritance dark sword was swimming like a fish, penetrating the mountain range and appearing in the surrounding sea. Moreover, many evil ghosts and spirits also appeared quietly. They followed the mountain range down and hid in the sea. These were evil ghosts and jellyfish. In order to kill all the members of the Flying Dragon organization, Lin Ling had obviously done enough this time. In the past, Fu Heng Manor and Godly Escort Mansion had already compromised. Only the Flying Dragon organization refused to surrender. They even hooted and laughed at Fu Heng Manor for being afraid of death. Chapter 3686. It was a dark and windy night, a night for murder. Time passed quietly, and the small village was still quiet. It was as if the sun had risen and the sun had set. However, the smell of slaughter had quietly filled the air. More and more assassins quietly appeared in the small village. The weakest assassin had 18 kills, and the strongest 2 had 20 kills. They were the saint of assassins and the supreme of assassins. They were only second to the emperor of assassins. If such an expert was in the 9 states, he could easily kill the 9 states' god emperors. Even the Flame Emperor was no exception. Obviously, this time, Lin Ling had come for revenge. With the grudge between Lin Ling and the Flying Dragon organization, the two sides were already irreconcilable, so the Flying Dragon organization had also summoned their strongest assassin back. He must keep Lin Ling here forever. Is this Lin Ling crazy? He actually came to our headquarters and challenged all of our assassins. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I heard that he went to the final world. Humph, he only went to the final world. Don't think that he's so great. We also have top assassins in the final world, like Ling Long, Kagura, Qin Ding, and Gu Sha. It's said that Lin Ling isn't even as good as Kagura. After all, Kagura is an expert from Shinsan Hall. It's a pity that I can't contact Kagura this time. Otherwise, I would have asked Kagura to come back and let Lin Ling know how powerful he is. Those assassins hid in the shadows and talked coldly. They were extremely disdainful of Lin Ling's arrogant arrival. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Kagura had already been killed by Lin Ling. Not only that, he had killed her with ease. The grudge between us and Lin Ling should be settled tonight. The voice of the Saint of Assassins drifted out, as if it had come from the depths of hell. The most terrifying thing was that no one could be seen in the village at this moment. However, voices kept coming out of the village. It was extremely strange, causing the entire village to seem like a ghost village. After a long time, night finally fell. The sky seemed to have been sprinkled with ink, and the night wind blew across the silent land, adding a hint of killing intent to the land. Crash! The wind blew the fallen leaves, which rolled along the ground and drifted further and further away. However, the ancient land only had the sound of the wind. Looking at the horizon, the originally ordinary village was now even more terrifying. At night, we assassins can unleash even more power. A voice filled with murderous intent quietly floated up, as if it had appeared out of thin air. But in the distance, several figures were walking along the main road, slowly walking towards the village. Looking carefully, there were a total of 4 people. One was Lin Ling, and all of them were afterimages and broken swords. And behind Lin Ling, there were tall bodyguards following step by step. This combination gave off an extremely strong visual impact. It's a dark and windy night, a night for murder. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the pitch-black earth. The night wind blew against his face as he spoke indifferently. He didn't sound like he was going to kill someone. Instead, he sounded like he was going to have fun. As soon as he finished speaking, an even thicker murderous aura lingered in the sky above the village. The calm ocean in the distance quietly gave up its waves. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the quiet village, not a single person could be seen. It was as if it was a dead village. A moment later, 4 figures finally walked in. Doing and Sung Jian had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew that this battle would definitely be extremely intense. However, Lin Ling had warned them before that this time, they didn't have to make a move. They just had to stand and watch. This also made them extremely speechless. Did the young master know what he was facing? This was the headquarters of the Flying Dragon organization. However, even though they were speechless, they didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling's words. Just as Lin Ling and the others stood firm, a gentle breeze blew over. It looked extremely ordinary, which also caused them to not notice the afterimages. However, Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. Bang! Suddenly, the tall evil spirit behind him made its move. Its large hand grabbed towards the breeze, and within the breeze, a thin old man was suddenly pulled out. The old man actually disappeared into the breeze, attempting to be the first to assassinate Lin Ling. It had to be said that this assassination method was indeed powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have already been killed. At this moment, the assassin's head was being held by the tall evil spirit. He tried his best to resist, kicking his feet in the air. However, no matter what he did, it was useless against the evil spirit. Bang! On the contrary, the evil spirit's palm slightly exerted force, and the old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spurted out in all directions. Next, the evil spirit wanted to eat the old man, but Lin Ling said indifferently, "Scram and eat." His voice was calm, but it carried endless majesty. The evil spirit dragged the old man's corpse and found a corner to squat down. It ate the old man as if he was eating a spicy strip. In the quiet village, many people were hidden. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. How could the monster that Lin Ling brought be so terrifying? Not only did it see through the assassination, it even easily took care of the assassin. Furthermore, such a ferocious existence actually listened to Lin Ling's words. After the first failed attempt, a middle-aged man finally stepped forward. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, the son of the demon, you're really punctual. You said you'd come at night, and you're here at night. You're so bold. If it weren't for the fact that the location is inappropriate, I would really like to drink and chat with you." This middle-aged man was the King Ning from the day. He looked extremely amiable, but everyone in the Flying Dragon organization knew that he was also a cruel and merciless assassin. "I also want to drink and chat with you, but it's a pity." Lin Ling also laughed. "What's a pity?" King Ning smiled and asked casually. "It's a pity that I will never be able to drink with you, and you will never be able to drink either, because you will die in a moment." Lin Ling said calmly. King Ning was stunned, then suddenly laughed even louder. "Son of Devil, Lin Ling, I know that you are very powerful, but do you know who you are challenging? That is the Flying Dragon organization. Perhaps you can defeat all the assassins below the 20-kill level, but we have more than one assassin, not to mention that we have two 20-kill level experts. I'm sorry, although you said that you are very powerful, I really don't think that you are that powerful. I know that the god of assassins should know that I am here, so he must be waiting for something. Let me remind him that it is better for him to come out immediately, or else." Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. "Or else what?" King Ning narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. He seemed to be talking to Lin Ling alone, but in fact, a large number of assassins had already gathered around. As long as he gave the order, an ancient assassin array would be activated. Or else, his Flying Dragon organization will be trampled. Lin Ling said word by word. "Then let's see how you are going to trample and kill." King Ning finally revealed his fangs. His whole body seemed to have entered the darkness, or it could be said that he had completely turned into darkness. Kill. Behind Lin Ling, afterimages